Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Hughes, and I'm calling the August 1st, 2023 Cobb County Planning Commission to order. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission and filling in for Stephen Vaught, who's been called away this morning. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it, but in his stead, I will attempt to move our meeting along. This morning, we will have an invocation by Deacon Eric Rucker with the International Gospel Outreach, and after which we will say the pledge. Mr. Deacon Rucker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board and those who are visiting from the public this morning. Pastor Robin Hancock does send his best regards. If we could pray. Father God in heaven, this morning we come with hearts that are open, minds that are settled, and a desire to see your grace and presence in the midst of us this day. You promise that this is a day that the Lord has made and that we as a people can rejoice and be glad in it. Being under the rule and the authority of your word this day, we ask for the wisdom, understanding, and peace upon those who make the decisions in our city today. Let the peace of God rule in their hearts with everything that is said and done that will bring glory and grace to Jesus and to the citizens of this city. For this we give you praise, glory, and honor. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We'll turn it over to staff now to go over our procedures for this morning.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call the same case to see if there's anyone here opposed to that case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so that they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time or to rebut what was said previously, so you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After both 10-minute presentation periods are finished, the board will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. After that, the board make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the cases or the case at hand. On today's agenda, there are a number of cases that have been continued. Or actually, there's only one case that's been continued, and that's SDP Acquisitions LLC, Z15 of 2023. This case has been continued until the September 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z15 will not be heard today. I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone volume on mute. If the phones ring during the hearing, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentation. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, and any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Mr. Chairman, board, there is one request for an early head count. Rezoning case Z24 SWI Investments LLC. All those who are opposed to this case, please stand up and raise their hands for Z24 SWI. Eight. Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to rezoning case Z24. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z24? Please stand and raise your hands. Let the record show there's 4 people here in support. And I would like to remind both parties that they need to leave at least one person here for the hearing so they can convey the information to the board. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for August 1st, 2023. First case on consent is rezoning case Z67 of 2022. S&B Investments Incorporated requests a rezoning from CF and R80 to NRC for a retail coffee shop in land lots 73 and 81 of the 1st District. The property is located on the west side of Johnson's Ferry Road and on the north side of Paper Mill Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, amended revised stipulation letter from Mr. Parks Huff dated July 20th, 2023. Number 2, adherence to the Johnson's Ferry Road design guidelines. Number 3, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 4, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 6, District Commissioner to approve the final elevations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z67?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z26 of 2023, Bircher Homes LLC requests rezoning from R20 to R15 for single-family residences in land lots 330 and 331 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Cochrane Lake Road and on the north side of Fricks Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated July 24th, 2023. Number 2, site plan submitted for the application dated received on May 31st, 2023, with the District Commissioner approved minor modifications. Number 3, 2 driveways on Cochrane Lake Road and one driveway on Fricks Road. Number 4, the residence shall have a minimum of 3,000 square feet of heated space and shall consist of traditional architecture. And subject to the letter dated December 20th, 2016, striking number 13. Number 5, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number 6, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number 7, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z26?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Land use permit number 17, Carol J. Hicks Vargas and Michael E. Vargas request a temporary land use permit renewal to allow more adults and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 80 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Rocky Top Court, north of Watkins Glen Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, maximum of 7 related adults to reside in the house. Number 2, allow maximum of 5 cars. And number 3, all cars must be parked in the driveway, no parking in the street. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 17?
No.
Let the record show that there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. We'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Dance.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any questions? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. All those folks are on consent. You're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. And moving into the held and continued cases, first case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z60 of 2022, Branch Acquisition Company, LLC. Request rezoning from HI to RRC for mixed-use development in land lots 894 and 900 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Atlanta Road, north of Plant Atkinson Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z60? Please stand up and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 31 people here opposed, rezoning case Z60. Can I also get a show of people here who would support a rezoning case Z60? Please stand up and raise your hands. $19? All right, let the record show there's 19 people here in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right. Kevin, you can go ahead and begin now. Thank you.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Branch Acquisitions in this application for rezoning, which you heard last month and was held over to this month as well for further information to come back for this board and commission. Again, this property is just over 6 acres, located at the intersection of South Atlanta Road and Plant Atkinson. It is currently zoned heavy industrial, and we are proposing a rezoning to RRC for the purpose of what we think is a fantastic multifamily and mixed-use development consisting of multifamily homes as well as up to 40,000 square feet of retail, office, and importantly restaurant at this location. First, though, and as opposed to simply just going back through what you heard last month, I want to pick up because I feel like at last month's meeting, a lot was made, and certainly from staff's comments as well as from those that were in opposition, really focusing on a point that they have made that this proposed use is in conflict with the surrounding uses and therefore should not be supported by this commission. I want to show you, though, what is the broader context of where this property is located in this particular area, and it will show you that, in fact, that conflict exists and it works very well as it is today and as it would in the future with this project as well. So let's turn to that now. If you remember in the prior hearing, what was showed was a very narrow view of the subject property, which is here, and some of the adjacent and surrounding industrial or heavy industrial uses. And the point was made those were in conflict and therefore this project should not be supported. But if you just take a step back into the broader area, here is South Atlanta Road coming from 285. Here is the subject property, the 6.2 acres, almost 6.2 acres. Plant Atkinson is here. To give you that perspective again, we saw that the transfer station is located here. Here are industrial buildings, including Sterigenics, which is here, as well as other heavy industrial uses and light industrial uses here. What you didn't see last month, and which was very important for consideration of this case, is the fact that you have almost 2,500 homes which are in the same positioning, that is adjacent to or in close proximity to these very same uses. You have 301 homes located here on the north side of Atlanta Road. You have 315 apartments located here on Atlanta Road. You have 706 townhomes as well as detached homes that are located here adjacent to these very same heavy industrial uses. In total, again, almost 2,500 homes that are located in this same exact positioning and proximity for which we are proposing an outstanding mixed-use development here. Kind of getting more granular, even more detailed to show you how much this supposed and alleged conflict exists that would prohibit multifamily homes. Again, to give you where we are, this is the subject property here. These are adjacent warehouse and heavy industrial buildings located here. Sterigenics, which was pointed out last month, located here. You can see that the close proximity to multi-million-dollar homes located on Polo Lane, $710,000 townhomes located directly across South Atlanta Road from our subject property. Again, showing you the success of existing residential in this exact same area. Those folks that live in these homes aren't moving. Those that sell are selling for very appreciated values. To go even further, much was made about the Cobb sewer plant, which is located here just off of South Atlanta Road. Again, the perspective is, here's the subject property that we're talking about here today. Here are $2.5 million homes located off of Polo Lane adjacent to that very same sewer plant. Again, the point is very clear when you look at the broader area and the context of these properties, that the alleged conflicts which would prohibit or make this project unsuccessful are already existing, and existing residential of apartments, single-family detached homes, and townhomes are not only doing well, they're thriving in terms of their sale points and prices. Turning now to our updated site plan. We did go back and do some extensive work in terms of our planning, primarily with our proposed development plan. It was reduced from over 390 units to 360 multifamily units, which also reduced the overall footprint size of the project to bring the overall intensity of the proposal and reduce that down, which also reduced some of the height as well. To remind you again, here is the trail, which is the real catalyst for this project that we believe changes the very dynamic and the very vision that should occur for this small area along South Atlanta Road. This is the Silver Comet Trail and the extension of that Silver Comet Trail, which is in place and ready to be connected to Atlanta Road along our property right here. What this creates for our property, what this creates for this piece of property is a very, very unique opportunity that not many properties share, and that is having that trail segment connect so that the vision that the county has expressed over and over again, has allocated dollars for, substantial dollars, is to connect this trail system all the way to the city of Atlanta and its Beltline system. That's the stated purpose of providing these connections, to bring thousands of people through here. As currently envisioned by the opposition and currently envisioned by the land use plan, it would bring those people through an industrial area. And that industrial area, in large part, some of it will stay. But if we only stick with what it is shown today, then that's all you're going to get. You're not going to get a vision that could provide something far, far better, a vision that could provide a place, a destination, not only for those that want to reside here in Cobb County and reside in a location such as this, where you provide for true mixed use. You provide a destination for those that want to use the trail. You provide a destination for residents in the area who want to not only use the trail, but have a place to go while they use it. And that's where we've established extensive retail and restaurant space that you usually don't see and typically don't see in mixed-use developments. Up to 40,000 square feet. Typically we see 5,000 to 8,000 square feet. This is up to 40. Why? Because there's a unique opportunity that can be established at this specific location that happens when you do mixed use and bring that multifamily component to it so that the full vision can be created and born. And let's talk about that vision just a little bit further. What we also have provided is we've taken the additional steps of creating true renderings of what this project would look like and feel like for those that would come to this location, not only to live, but to work and to play. And again, you can see how the trail interacts with our proposed building. Also, you can see the creation of the large outdoor plaza areas, as well as extensive restaurant and retail and office offerings. That's what can happen here. It can take this location and turn it into a fantastic place to be that not only serves the residents that would live here, but would serve surrounding residents as well in terms of offering community activities, services, and restaurants for the surrounding community. I want to keep showing you the types of renderings that we have, that we've put together, and that Branch has put together so that you can see what this can become and see the true vision for this particular area and this small stretch of Atlanta Road at Plant Atkinson. This is completely consistent with the quality of homes that have been built in the area. We believe it's consistent even with the industrial that will soon to be converted if this can occur. Now, not all the industrial will be converted. We understand that. But it hasn't bothered those that have lived there and bought homes there now. And we believe that this can continue to create a location that is consistent with what the area can become. Again, even when you take a step back and you see what is being proposed here and how that trail would connect at Atlanta Road and Plant Atkinson Road, what you can really, I believe, start to appreciate is the value that this brings to the area. This project doesn't have a detrimental impact on Vinings or downtown Vinings. It has the opposite effect. This project places this location on the map as a destination for those that want to use the Silver Comet Trail, for those that live in the immediate area, and those that would live here. It supports the quality and the livability and the quality of life that is in Vinings by supporting additional quality places to live in the surrounding area. We believe it's an excellent project and one that's deserving of your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. Just a reminder, you have 10 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Bert Smith with the Vinings Village Homeowners Association. Also presenting today will be Jennifer Burbine for Waste Management and Jack Head, who owns several warehouses directly across the street from Z60. Our position on Z60 has not changed since we last met, so we will only repeat the high points. As you know, hundreds of area residents signed a petition opposing Z60, several that live directly across Atlanta Road from Z60. Your zoning staff strongly recommends the denial of Z60 in their report. It indicates that Z60 is not a suitable use with the adjacent and nearby properties. It also indicates that Cobb County policy guidelines state, quote, heavy industrial should not be located immediately adjacent to residential uses. The area west of Atlanta Road is home to industry that provides essential services to Cobb County, and they are not going away. The Georgia Power Plant, Cobb's wastewater treatment plant, the Argos USA concrete batch plant, C.W. Matthews asphalt plant, and waste management garbage transfer station that is directly adjacent to the Z60. And they have a noisy and smelly operation that begins at 3 a.m. in the morning. Other industrial facilities in the immediate vicinity include the Sterigenics plant, only 400 yards away, which is involved in numerous lawsuits for violating ETO standards. Bark Avenue and Canine Coach are two daycare and boarding facilities that operate 7 days a week. Canine's dog play area would only be 130 feet from the balconies of the Z60 project. Those dogs bark all the time. This area is not merely industrial. It is dirty, smelly, noisy industrial. Industrial facilities emit air pollutants, noise, and unpleasant odors. Wastewater treatment and garbage transfer facilities produce strong odors, clearly not conducive to the proposed outdoor dining. Z60 goes beyond conflict and land use. Z60 is an ultra-high density project with 40,000 square feet of retail and 58 apartment units per acre. The highest density projects are typically reserved for regional activity centers, like Cumberland Galleria and the town center area. This proposed ultra-high density development is not in or adjacent to a regional activities center. The staff report warns about, quote, future conflict between new residents and existing industrial users. Because of this unreasonable and unsuitable place for Cobb County to approve new residential development. The industrial business has occupied this area for decades. They are appropriately zoned for the operations, and they have property rights too. I want to emphasize, Cobb County deems this as a priority industrial area that provides essential services to Cobb County residents. In summary, this area is designated heavy industrial for a reason and should remain heavy industrial. Please protect the current and future residents of Cobb County by following your staff's recommendation to deny Z60. Jennifer Burbine will now speak on behalf of Waste Management.
Morning, all. As mentioned, my name is Jennifer Burbine, and I represent RTS Landfill, which is a subsidiary of Waste Management. I spoke at the last Planning Commission meeting, so I won't rehash anything, but I do want to reiterate a few things. As you've heard, RTS operates at 207 Plant Atkinson Road, which is directly adjacent to the proposed development, and RTS strongly opposes Z60. Today, I preserve my client's constitutional rights to challenge the decision in this case. As you know, RTS is the landowner and operates legally in this area that's zoned for heavy industrial use. And the RTS provides necessary waste removal and processing services to the Cobb County community, vitally important and a necessary service. RTS is not moving or changing its operations regardless of the outcome of this application. RTS and Waste Management have invested significant amounts of money into this facility, and they're committed to providing essential services to the Cobb County community. I did want to speak, since the last month's Planning Commission meeting, my client and I actually met with the developer as requested by the commission, and to see if we could come to some sort of understanding or agreement, and unfortunately, our RTS's position has not changed. The issue is, well, it's our position that the development of apartments and restaurants, retail space, immediately adjacent to RTS is not a reasonable land use. There's no adequate buffer between the two properties. The buffer as proposed, I believe it would be approximately 300 feet between the retail outside dining area of the proposed development and RTS. You've heard already that this is going to be people living and dining in close proximity to a waste transfer station and everything that goes along with that, the noises, the odors, et cetera. There would need to be a much bigger buffer for that to be considered a reasonable land use. You've seen images today of the proposed development, but what you did not see is what's immediately across the street, and the optics of that. There's 40,000 square feet of retail use, and you've heard today that that's a significant amount. But the buffer that's being proposed is not adequate. The other thing that I wanted to point out, that obviously there are traffic concerns with having such a development immediately adjacent to industry like this, and the hours of operation for everybody. It would affect future residents, customers, the existing industrial uses as well. And I ask that you consider that. And this time I'm going to turn my remaining time over to Jack Head, who is a property owner in the area as well. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jack Head, and I own 3 industrial buildings totaling 170,000 square feet directly across from Plant Atkinson and the Z60 property. I have owned these buildings for approximately 20 years. There are 6 industrial tenants in my buildings. Curry Express has a cross-docking facility in approximately 50,000 square feet. They are receiving tractor-trailer loads of merchandise from midnight until 6 a.m. in the morning. There are 30 to 40 vans and trucks loading and leaving from early morning until lunchtime. Builder Surplus has been a tenant for 20 years. Their business is thriving. All My Sons Moving just committed to a new 3-year lease. This is an already well-established industrial area that is continuing to grow and succeed. I also own a building at 4820 North Church Lane, which is 1/2 mile from the Z60 location. Core-Mark, the tenant, is a wholesale grocery company which operates 24 hours a day. I built the building in 1986. A townhouse development was built right next to our property called Old Atlanta Station 15 years later. 2 years ago, 2 residents of Old Atlanta Station filed noise complaints about trucks moving around at 1 a.m. in the morning. The case was heard before a judge, and the judge threw the case out. This further demonstrates the problem of having new residential areas built so near established industrial areas. This corridor is a very vibrant industrial area. The major reason is this corridor's location is 1 mile to I-285, 3 miles to I-75, and 7 miles to I-20. Rents are rising in this area, and the Olympic industrial area is 100% occupied. I do not see a transition taking place on Olympic Industrial. Owners, including myself, are investing new money in these industrial buildings. I plan on being a long-term owner of these properties. Industrial requires very few county services. Industrial is a healthy investment for Cobb County. This narrow corridor should continue to be industrial for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other, that concludes our testimony for the opposition and for the applicant. This is in District 2, so we will turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead our discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. So just to lay out, like I try to do normally, I had a couple of questions for the applicant as well as for the opposition. Then I'd like to call on DOT to help give us a little bit of an update on the updated comments as well as the silver comment. And then I had a few questions of the planning staff as well. So if I could have the applicant come back up, please. Hi, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Kevin, thank you for the additional renderings and the updates on those. One thing that'd be helpful, do you have any examples across the county of other waste transfer stations adjacent to residential uses? I'd be interested just to understand if there's context. And
Sure.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes, we do. I mean, there's
Okay.
specific one off of South Cobb and the east-west connector that is a transfer station that's adjacent to townhomes. Absolutely. I can show you that exactly.
Do we have the aerial for that?
I can get it. If you want me to get, I just need to go back and I can get it to show you exactly that location.
Yeah,
If you'd
that'd
like.
be great if you can
Okay.
show that.
Yeah.
I would like to understand that.
Sure. Let me grab that.
That's
for
no
you.
problem.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Yeah, this is another location here is South Cobb Drive. This is Wright Road. Amazingly, here's the Silver Comet Trail.
Not on the screen, I don't think.
Excuse me? Oh, it's not on the screen yet. Sorry, I'll start over. All right, this is location South Cobb Drive. This is Wright Road, intersection with South Cobb here. Again, here's the Silver Comet Trail. Located here is a transfer station in this location. And you have residential townhomes built as recently as 2017 located directly across the street at South Cobb Drive. You also have multifamily located directly across the trail. All have been highly successful in that location. Just one example of where where it has occurred.
Okay.
And in fact, in representing other similar industries, including like a transfer station and land use decisions, they go a long way towards trying to state and justify over and over again how that use actually does not negatively impact residential uses in nearby proximity. So this would be a great example of it.
Okay. Thank you. So for this particular location, do you know anything about the operations for advanced disposal? I'm looking at the map, and it's a little bit obviously hard to see the aerial exactly, but
Sure.
Do you have any sense of how often this is operating, what hours? Is it storage, or is there like actual active, how much of the use is like truly comparable to the operations at?
I don't have the specifics on that particular transfer station to be able to speak to it that way. I do know it is a transfer station. Do you have specifics, Tony, on it? If he has specifics, he can speak to it. I do know how they operate.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Tony Waybright, how are you? On that, yes, they are full service, if you want to call it that, transfer station. They operate approximately the same hours, similar to RTF. They close at 5 o'clock in the evening. They only operate for a half day on Saturday, or they're closed on Sunday. The trucks come in and out. They're full, like I said, they're regular garbage trucks, bringing in residential and commercial loads, which they dump inside the building, that are then loaded and transferred out. So it's almost identical operations in that building.
Okay, great. And hold that thought for 1 second, because I want to, while you're up here, actually ask planning John Peterson a question about one of the comments on here for the zoning. So, John, can you, there's a comment there that says when the townhomes were zoned in 2015, there was no mention of conflict in use between the transfer station and the new homes. Is that something that, I don't know if you can pull up the zoning here or have any context of that? Do you recall that being the case?
It seems like when that was zoned years ago, the waste transfer station was not a major component of the application. I think mainly because of South Cobb Drive was the dividing point between the two uses. In Z60, both uses are on the same exact road. Also, this waste transfer station is in the city limits of Smyrna, so Cobb County has no control over what they do over there. And even that industrial going east past that is a lower grade. It's industrial. It's industrial compatible on the future land use map, well, where the industrial in Z60 is industrial. So it's a heavier grade industrial use.
Okay. So, and just to make sure I'm clear on that, the transition into industrial compatible, which direction is that going on this map?
It's going west.
Going west, okay. All right. Great, that's helpful, thank you. And for the applicant, do you know roughly how far away, how much of a buffer there exists from kind of the lot line for the waste transfer to the apartments to the north on Valley Parkway? Don't know if you've done that measurement or But
It's about 175 feet in that location is the distance between the two property lines between the apartments. Is that what you're asking, the apartments and
Oh, yeah, so yeah, basically on the top, on the Silver Comet Trail, the northern boundary, I'm trying to see how, what's the distance, kind of as the crow flies from,
Yes,
The-
they're 175 feet away from the transfer station.
okay.
And Z60 is 150 feet away from the transfer station. So almost identical distances.
Got it. And that's distance from the lot line, or is that distance from the closest apartment?
Just looking at the lot lines.
Just a lot line, okay. So the undisturbed buffer that's there is additional buffer then, right? The trees?
Correct. When those apartments were built, the rail line was still an operating rail line.
Got it, okay. All right. Tony, thank you. I think those are the questions I had of you. I had a couple more for the applicant, and then I'm going to obviously give my fellow commissioners a chance to talk a little bit more on this and ask some questions. Kevin, can you talk a little bit about the meetings that you've had with, I think, Mrs. Burbine, if I apologize if I mispronounced it, had mentioned that she'd met with you and your client. Had there been any meetings? Can you talk a little bit about those meetings, some of the ideas that were proposed, as well as any meetings with the Vinings HOA that have occurred since the last meeting?
Since the last meeting, yes, we were able to meet with the RTS representatives. It was a very, I was not able to attend, but it was a very pleasant, productive discussion and conversation. But I think as she had recited it, they were not able to come to a full agreement. I would like for Mr. Teleska of Branch Properties, who was at the meeting, can probably speak to that in a little more detail.
Great, thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Nick Teleska, Branch Properties. We had about a 45-minute Zoom call with her and two of her co-counsel. We described our plan in further detail, explained our position, described why we thought the uses, in fact, were compatible. And one of the most important reasons I would like to make for staff is really the following. This is a multifamily project. It's residents. The average tenure in a multifamily project is 2 years. And when people have difficulty in a multifamily project, they move out. They don't stay. They don't call the county because they have a problem. We've built thousands of units on 285 where there's 250,000 cars going by a day. If you want to talk about noise and traffic, it doesn't get any greater there. And in that project, we increased the windows to triple pane. We increased the walls to six inches thick. We added insulation. We'll do everything here the same. I really don't see any issue. This will be a magnificent project for Cobb County, and it will activate and energize the trail, which is exactly what Cobb County wants by investing millions and millions of dollars to build out a trail system. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you. And then the other question I had was just kind of how the residential relates to the retail and some of the thinking. Obviously, there's a larger than normal retail component for this.
Yeah,
I have to speak to that.
So,
absolutely.
so the question is,
Yeah, I want to speak to that because I think many of you know I'm in the restaurant business. I own 8 restaurants in the city of Atlanta. One of them is Antico Pizza at the Battery, one of the most successful restaurants I have. The reason the restaurants work in a space like this is, one, the multifamily is what subsidizes the restaurant activity. That's the first very important point to note. You can't do it alone. That's why the Battery has thousands of multifamily units. So one, the multifamily subsidizes the restaurant space. But two, the restaurant space on a trail system is what everybody desires. And we all know the 4th Ward in Atlanta, which of course was a railroad track that ran through a heavy industrial area. But when you remove the railroad track and you build a trail, you get an explosion of economic activity. And that's exactly what's happening here. There's no longer a railroad track here. That's why it's not going to be heavy industrial in the future, because railroad tracks serve heavy industrial, and the railroad track no longer exists. So it's coming one way or another. The future land use plan is going to change, whether it's our project or another project. That's just the fact. And we just have to look around the city where PATH and the Beltline have invested hundreds of millions of dollars to revitalize these areas and repurpose these uses. That is why the restaurants in this space will work, because we will have thousands of people on scooters and bicycles, walking, riding, all along the Silver Comet extension and ultimately to the Beltline.
Thank you. I wanted to give my fellow commissioners the opportunity to ask any questions of the applicant regarding some of the renderings and updated information here.
Ask my fellow commissioners, y'all have any questions at this point? I have a question.
Sure.
At the outset of your presentation, you had a map up. If we could put that map up, the very first one, it showed the industrial area that you define as transitioning. I think it was, yeah, yellow line dash or shown around it. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the overall acreage of that area highlighted in yellow in comparison to the rest of the industrial that's there? I'm trying to get to what percentage we're defining as transition compared to the rest of the area that's industrial.
Sure. I think, Tony, do you have those figures on it? Yeah. Go ahead.
So if we look here, this is one building. It's about 120,000 square feet. It is already converted. Half of it is now used by Accenture, and it's a studio where they do video and other art design and graphics for Fortune 500 companies. They share that building with Sterigenics. We've spoken to that owner, and they're absolutely looking for higher and better uses. They are, at the moment, only getting $5 a square foot for the warehouse space, and they see the opportunity for 20 to 25. This is another building directly across the street, another 100,000 square feet, and you can see it doesn't exactly resemble truck loading bays anymore. And this is another building that's actually directly across the street on Plant Atkinson from where Z60 would be. And you can see it's been converted into a pretty attractive showroom for retail uses. In total, there's 750,000 square feet of warehouse space on 50 acres along Olympic Industrial Drive.
Does that represent, what, 5% of the total, I don't know, what, 1 million square feet, or more than that? It's probably 3 or 4 million square feet of industrial that's in the area. What percentage of this is transitioning? It looks like a small percentage is the point I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, it is.
So this is a report from CoStar, which is a commercial listing service. It identifies all of the warehouse space in Cobb County that has availability at the moment of 10,000 square feet or more. So when you look at this, there's approximately 6 million square feet of available space and 8 million square feet of building. So there's a great deal of vacancy in the Cobb County just for warehouse industrial type uses. There's no shortage whatsoever. If you looked inside the river, I could give you that report later, but there's another 3 million on the other side of the river that still works in that industrial area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then the next question for me was around kind of adjacent parcels. I think last time you'd given some detail on some of the dynamics around this parcel and conversations with additional parcel owners. For the kind of parcels, well, one question I had on this was the parcel in green that's to the north, or actually northwest.
Yeah, that's
can you-
the building supply building. We purchased that 2 or 3 years ago. It's a
Right.
35,000 square foot warehouse that's leased to the building supply company, and that will be converted to a residential or retail use when the lease is up in 3 years. We've contacted every single owner in that quadrant from Church Road down to Plant Atkinson, and we've acquired all the buildings that are available for sale. We've also recently made offers on K9 because we think that's also a fantastic building to acquire and ultimately incorporate into a redevelopment plan along this corridor.
Got it. And roughly how many acres would you say you own now, and then how many would be
Well,
within that wedge right there?
We own about 9.5, and I think there's 18 in total. And yes, we would love to acquire the E. Sam Jones building, but that seller's not interested in selling right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Were there any other questions from my other fellow commissioners had of the applicant? Okay. Bear with me one moment, just seeing if I had any more. Oh, you know what? I did have one more, which was
Sure.
There was a group of folks in the rear who stood up in support. Can you give some context about the group that is in support?
Can you, Tony? Yeah, Tony can.
Okay.
Sure, they are employees and members at Seven Bridges Church, which is the property that we own right on the corner. So, they'd obviously have an interest in this being able to redevelop, and that's part of their transition plan as they move to a new location.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I think that's all the questions I had. Oh,
Any other questions at this point?
not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Mrs. Burbine, RTS, the representative. And again, my apologize if I mispronounced. I got one thing right today. All right. Okay. Great. Well, I had just a few follow-up questions on some of the commentary, and one was actually not related to the commentary, but more so to the operations that the applicant had just cited at the competing waste transfer center. I don't know if you're privy to that particular center. I'm sure your clients are very aware of the operations in there, but do you have that sense of the operations there and how they compare to the operations for your client?
Sure. The specific hours, I don't want to be held to that. I'm not exactly sure of the current hours of operation, but I do know that it at times can be trucks coming in there at all hours of the night. There's a gate there, and so they do have the ability to enter 24/7.
Okay. Great. And then one question I wanted to follow up on was with regard to you'd mentioned a couple times the need for an appropriate buffer. And is there any guideposts that your client has as to whether that's rooted in just strict operations or some research they've done on it? Any guideposts as to what's the minimum buffer that's needed for non-industrial or uses?
My understanding is it's a noise concern.
Okay.
And if considering, we've heard that, that there would be a buffer of about 150 feet for the proposed development. And my understanding is that the advanced site that was mentioned, for instance, and I don't have the specifics on it, but just in speaking with my client, who at one point, it's now owned, I believe, by GFL, but at one point, Waste Management did have that in its possession. There was a buffer of almost 600 feet. And it's a much smaller operations compared to what's at Plant Atkinson Road.
Okay, great. That's very helpful to know. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any further questions of Mrs. Burbine?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what volume of trucks come per night between midnight and 5 a.m.?
I don't know the specifics on that. Most of the operations are during the day. I mean, I understand that operations start early morning and continue throughout the day, and most of the volume comes from that. But there are trucks that do come in later as needed, just depending upon, the season or, the amount of waste that's accumulated.
Okay. Do you know the extent to which your customers tend to come in large trucks as opposed to smaller vehicles or SUVs?
I couldn't give you an approximation of the percentages, but there are large trucks. They're large garbage trucks that are noisy. There's clanging. The machinery that's used within the facility, I mean, there's a lot of banging and clanging noises.
On my recent visit over there, I ran into the same issue that I've seen up here before in North Marietta near a transfer station. There was literally garbage strewn all over Atlanta Road. Do you know what is done, if anything, to enforce tarps or some sort of covers on these vehicles to minimize or mitigate that?
Well, that's the first I'm hearing of that, and no, but that's certainly something I could look into.
Do you have any familiarity with any other claims or actions or complaints that have been filed by residents who would join any of your facilities located anywhere?
Not specifically, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any more questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
There's also from the opposition. So, Mr. Smith, Bert, if I can have you come up here as well.
Yes,
Great.
I'm Bert Smith.
Yeah, Bert, good to see you. Well, Bert, one question I had for you is, sorry, I thought I heard something. One question I had in terms of the kind of the commentary and the feedback was, and I had asked this Bill Milkey last time, are there any uses that are non-industrial that strike you as being supportable here?
Something that would be industrial compatible.
Okay.
Something that wouldn't cause a conflict between the people that live around it and the surrounding neighbors. I mean, a storage facility would be a great one. Seems like they build those everywhere. There's even an office building would probably, with sealed-in windows, might not be a bad use for that property. And it would be a place for employment for future development. The one thing about the Beltline is there's tons of places around on the Beltline, or not on the Beltline, for people to work. They can walk to the restaurants from where they work. There's no working component anywhere around this development that's going to have, people that are going to walk this trail during the daytime. It's going to be, just the people that live in that building. And the other thing, if you go down to the Beltline, which I've walked from one end to the other, there's no place I can think of where there's an entrance to an apartment complex that crosses right across the Beltline. All the apartments that are around the Beltline have entrances that are not crossing the Beltline. And if you've been down there, between the scooters, bike riders, the pedestrians have to be with their head on a swivel. I mean, you're always watching for somebody that's going 25 miles an hour while you're walking your dog down that trail. So there's no place for car traffic, and you're introducing car traffic right across that belt line. So I think that's something that nobody's talked about, but it seems like it'd be an issue.
Yep. Okay. Good. And the reason I'm asking is because I still, there's obviously an infrastructure investment going here that's driving traffic and individuals and meant to be a multimodal site. So I appreciate your giving some of that background on there. For storage, it was interesting. I think there are 3 or 4 other storage facilities along this stretch.
There seem to be everywhere.
Yep.
But it doesn't seem like people are running out of junk to put in them, so they just keep building them.
Right. All right. Okay. Do you think there would be any, negative pushback on storage?
I don't think so.
In this area? Okay.
But, I mean, I'm not just speaking. Jack?
Speaking this.
Um,
Okay. All right, great. Do my commissioners have any, fellow commissioners have any questions as well? Okay. I think that is it for now, Bert. Thank you. But
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Mr. Head. We have oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't. I was looking right at you and didn't see you.
Yes.
So
I would like to just make a comment about what Commissioner Hughes, you were asking. So my buildings are the first 3 buildings from that aerial. They showed a picture of one. That's Trifecta Furniture, which is in 10,000 square feet. But if you look at the uses of most of this park, it's light to heavy industrial. I mean, you've got probably, they pinpoint a couple of areas where there's some cars parked in front of buildings, but believe me, if you just go park on the corner where Spartan Kitchen is and you watch the number of garbage, first off, the number of garbage trucks that go back and forth, it's unbelievable. And then my tenant, Curry Express, is a cross-docking facility. So I want to make sure y'all understand what a cross-docking facility is. They're bringing in merchandise. They distribute for Office Max and Office Depot. They distribute about 40% from that building in Atlanta. And so they bring in product from 12 at night till 6 o'clock in the morning. Tractor trailers are coming in. Each night it's between 10 and 20, depending on the night of the week it is. And then they're loading up these small vans and trucks. Independent contractors and Kerr Express, about half of them are delivered by their own trucks. Then Build a Surplus is a very busy operation. If you've ever been over there, it's their #1 store in the country. They're out of Texas. They have 2 stores in Atlanta. This is far and away their biggest store. And I mean, and they're wanting to sign a very long-term lease. They have 8 years left on their lease right now. So, I mean, I'm a long-term owner. This corridor, and I mean, this is a big industrial area. And to me, for Cobb County, this is gold industrial right here. I mean, nobody goes to school. You don't have to pick up any garbage. All my tenants handle that themselves. So it's very profitable real estate taxes. And I pay a lot of taxes in Cobb County. I have several other buildings in Cobb County besides these 4 I mentioned. And I do want to mention again, the issue we had. I had a company called Head Distributing for 20 plus years, and then I sold out to a company called Coremark. They're in the building on 4820 North Church Lane, which is a half a mile away. And all of a sudden these townhouses get built 15 years later. And I mean, and we were 24 and they are now a 24-hour day operation. And we have had complaints after complaints about noise. And it's basically just moving tractor trailers around at night. And I mean, because they're loading trucks till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And I mean, and a year and a half ago, appeared before a judge, and the judge threw it out. I mean, several of the people at that townhouse complex had been filing complaints with the police. The police come, they finally said, we want to appear before a judge. The judge, Cobb County judge, threw it out, said, these guys have been here since 1986. Sorry. So that is a major issue when you mix residential right next to industrial. I cannot emphasize that enough.
Right. Sorry, Commissioner Boulogne.
Thank you. Just a few questions. Do you have an idea how many acres you have there?
I have right at 13 acres. My property goes all the way underneath the large power lines that come from the Georgia Power facility.
And your forward-looking plan is to have profitable industrial uses there, right where you are?
I mean, our rents have been going up. I mean, the gentleman mentioned $5 a square feet. I mean, in all my buildings, I'm much higher than that, and I've just got a new tenant that we went up 50% on their rent, and they didn't blink an eye. And the main reason, y'all, is because of this is such a prime location. As I mentioned, when you look where this location is for distribution, you're a mile from I-285, 3 miles from 75, 7 miles to I-20. It's just an ideal little corridor, and I truly believe it should stay that way.
And if I remember the area correctly, a lot of the folks you have in your buildings, they're really warehousey type stuff. It's not really retail oriented. Is that fair?
Correct. The building on the corner is 22,000 square feet. The picture they showed earlier. One tenant is Trifecta Furniture. They have a sale just once a month is the way they do it. And they have a big crowd there. Usually it's on a Sunday. And then the other tenant is Spartan Kitchen and Bath. They've been there for 15 years. And it's a showroom type of facility. Then the building behind there is Builder Surplus. That's 60,000 square feet. They've been there for 18 years. And then across the parking lot is a building that's 87,500 square feet. And that's got Curry Express in it, a retail type furniture called Bow West Arts Furniture. And then next to them is All My Sons, a moving company that has, 15 trucks and a whole lot of employees that come every day.
And you said you're 100% occupied at present?
100% occupied. And if you go in that park, there's not a vacancy anywhere in that park today.
You think if you had the ability to get your hands on more property across the street, you could find more users like what you currently have?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do my fellow commissioners have any other questions? Mr. Head? Oh, I think we're all set then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question, actually, for code enforcement, actually. For Elisa, I want to see if I could. I know that this is not necessarily a case where there's an outstanding code enforcement issue. But good morning.
Good morning. I'm Yolisa Foster from Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Hi, Yolisa. So, I just had a quick question. Have there been, do you know of any violations or any issues from a code enforcement perspective with the existing operations around waste management, the transfer station? Are there any that, I don't believe that was in any of the staff reports, so I just wanted to confirm whether.
Prior, I did have, prior, I know that there was complaints with waste management on Atlanta Road with the trash that goes on Atlanta Road. Yes, we've had complaints from other businesses that when the garbage trucks are going back and forth to and from the waste transfer center, that the garbage is coming off the truck and it's not contained to the truck, and it does go on other properties. We've gotten frequent complaints about that before. Okay,
Great. And how does that process look in terms of remedying that? Is there usually any, how do you rectify, how does the process go in terms of Sorry, I'm hearing the background noise.
Sometimes we've had officers that set out there to monitor if they see trash coming off of trucks and everything, and we are authorized to issue citations. But as far as if they're in compliance now or what's the status of if the issue is still occurring, I'm not sure. But I can definitely look and check and see if we have an active case or have any complaints.
Okay. Great. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions? Thank you, Lisa. I think that's it.
Yes, sir.
Great. Then I'm going to try to move it forward a little bit more quickly. I know we've been talking about this for a while, trying to get through the details, but I'd like to have Lygia and Karen from DOT.
Good morning, Ligia Florin with DOT.
All right. Okay, great.
Karen Matthews with DOT.
Great. Hi, Lygia. Hi, Karen. We had a couple questions last time about the SPLOST project, about the funding for this. And just to recap, last time we said most of the components of the trail were going forward, but there was awaiting some clarity on this particular segment on Plant Atkinson.
Correct.
Until obviously what comes to fruition here. And we had some questions about whether it was funded or not, and how and what the cost of it would be to the county. Could you give a little bit of a summary of that? You are Karen.
Yes. Well, thank you. Yes, so Karen is the project manager for the Silver Comet Trail project, so I'll let her talk about that.
So the portion of the Silver Comet that the county is building was originally along Plant Atkinson and then Atlanta Road. We have excluded the portion, as you mentioned, along Plant Atkinson, and therefore our bids came in under budget due to the exclusion of that. We anticipate between the right-of-way needed and the construction of that section of trail and also the little parking lot there, that between the two costs, it would be around $750,000, and we do have that in the trail budget if we need to spend that.
Okay, great. So it's funded?
Correct.
Basically. Okay. And really a lot of just jumping over to the recommendations, the updated recommendations from DOT. I know there were some recommendations around right-of-way and expansion, and that's obviously based on this site plan that was here. But can you summarize, look at the changes that, since you got the received information and staff analysis before versus the new information that you've received or new analysis that you've updated for this hearing?
Sure. For the previous meeting, they had already adjusted their site plan to adhere to many of our comments, our recommendations, our original recommendations, which included right turn lanes into their driveways, left turn lane into Plant Atkinson's driveway, and the donation of right-of-way along Atlanta Road and Plant Atkinson's Road. And so they have already addressed those comments. I think the only one that they have not addressed, since the last hearing, we received an updated traffic study and an updated site plan. And with that, we had further recommendations based on the traffic study. We noticed that the left turn lane from westbound Atlanta Road onto southbound Plant Atkinson will be exceeding the storage that is currently available, which is 125. So even in the 2024 conditions, that storage wouldn't be sufficient to accommodate the traffic if we put the traffic that this development will bring in to the traffic that's already existing. So we have added that recommendation. We also added a recommendation to design the southwest corner of their northeast corner of their property, however you want to see it, to adjust it to standards so that trucks can easily maneuver through there, but that can be done during plan review. And the last one was just something that also can be adjusted during plan review, which is the striping. We will have to go through plan review, and our traffic operations team will have to approve that.
Okay, great. And just so I am clear on this, if there were a kind of in terms of the trip generation that the traffic study has,
yes.
What percentage of that would you say is due to the retail component, the 40,000 square feet, versus the multi?
That is a good question. I don't have that percentage in the top of my head, but I can calculate it and give it to you.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Any further questions? Okay. I think that's it for DOT.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Great. And then my last set of questions were really for Mr. Peterson. So John, one of the things I'm trying to get my head around is the process for either a master plan or an overlay district. And I know we've had those in the past, but is there any opportunity to, we see they have kind of a barbell right now where there is a ownership at the top, ownership at the bottom, and this void in between. In terms of the mechanisms for community development and planning, is there, what would qualify as an appropriate time to consider an overlay district or a small area plan?
That direction would have to come from the Board of Commissioners, and they would normally direct the Community Development Director and the Planning Division Manager to come up with a master plan for a specific area.
And then is the area here, if it was 18 acres, considered basically too small to be, or is there a minimum size that needs to be met?
There is no minimum size.
There's no minimum size, okay. All right. My fellow commissioners have any other questions? Okay, great. All right. So, so I'm just going to do what my mom always told me to do, which was just write a list in my mind here. So bear with me as I write my list. Here are the pros. Opportunity to connect infrastructure that the county's investing in. Ability to activate a node that will see increased traffic. Ability to create a placemaking area that it provides a mix of uses and allows for a transition. I think there was another opportunity, potentially pro, that was not discussed, which was environmental remediation. To me, for an area that has some environmental history around it, development of a concept that prioritizes environmental awareness, whether that's through building material types or strategies or components like electric vehicles, things like that. Those have some value in terms of reducing things from like truck traffic, car traffic, and then also helping to cure the surrounding area. I don't think that was discussed or explicitly outlined. Here's the cons. Inconsistent with the current future land use map. It's an area of intensity that really we don't see outside of Iraq. There is a healthy environment in terms of the existing use, industrial use that's here. And the current site plan as contemplated does have some challenges with the existing conditions and that are around the area that have proven to be a nuisance to some of the surrounding residential. So while I think my head is here, I think we miss an opportunity to reimagine a node when there's been an infrastructure investment. But I think the site plan as proposed and plan that's given here is missing the mark. So, in my mind, I can't say here that I'm opposed to non-industrial uses, but the threshold that they have to meet would be pretty high, whether it's restorative, environmentally, it cures something, it helps create a place. And I think there's a lot of place-making elements, but in my mind, the density feels, it's hard to support. And I think we saw in District 3 at Town Center, there was a deal, which was the last RRC, which was able to kind of fit a bunch of density similarly, but on half the size. And that was a mixed-use concept, but it was something where they were supporting mixed uses around it. So, but again, different context, different future land use. Before I make a motion, I just want to get the thoughts from my fellow commissioners, just if they had any summary thoughts that can help inform.
Michael told me I had to speak next. Fine, thank you. Okay, so I appreciate you going through those pros and cons, David. I think that's an excellent summary. I'd also point out that my understanding of our zoning laws in this county, they just date back to the latter part of the last century. So is that correct?
The zoning ordinance we're under right now was adopted December 26, 1972. And before that, we did have a zoning ordinance, but it wasn't very in-depth.
Okay. Do you know the extent to which that zoning ordinance that existed, whether it existed back when this area was first made industrial in nature?
I would assume this developed under our current zoning ordinance. The waste transfer station that's next door, it got a special land use permit in 2004, but before that, it had a land use permit to be a waste transfer station in the early 90s.
Okay. Thank you. So back when I went to college almost a half a century ago now, started and studied economics and land value. We talked very much about incompatible uses, and I continue to believe that the restaurants and residences as envisioned and a waste transfer station are significantly incompatible. We were always taught that the highest and best incompatibility would be to put a brothel next door to a church, but I'm not sure this quite rises to this level, but it just doesn't seem to be as good a fit as what's already going on. And in answer to the question, is there an existing use which is providing the owner a chance for a good economic benefit and return? And the answer is clearly yes. And not only that, but this area seems to have developed a lot of heavy industrial uses and some light industrial uses, all of which seem to have attracted enormous long-term investment. Hence, you have Waste Management here fighting for what they have, and they don't want the complaints. They don't want potential nuisance suits. You have the same thing from the gentleman who was here with the Olympic Road, Mr. Head and his Olympic Road assemblage. He doesn't want to have to deal with all those things. You have a bunch of trucks going up and down those roads. I went and had lunch last Tuesday on this site, and there was a lot of litter on the road. And I'm familiar with the area, and I know there are a lot of high-density residential and valuable residential immediately across Atlanta Road, but by the same token, they're across Atlanta Road and they have access to a different way to go, whereas this area, you've got the heavy truck traffic that's been noted, not only coming to the transfer station, but coming to these warehouses right there all hours of the night. And I'm not sure that's the best place to park hundreds of new residential tenants or restaurant patrons. So we have, as a group, made recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, which they have then acted favorably upon, where we did some transformative things. For example, Kevin Moore was the attorney who brought it here. A couple of years ago, he brought us the opportunity to put apartments in the parking lot of what has been Cumberland Mall for a long period of time, and they're going up right now. So we've been open to things that are transformative when they make sense, and I just don't think this does.
Thank you, Commissioner Floyd.
Just a couple of comments that I have. I'm real familiar with this corridor, particularly South Cobb Drive and Church, and I travel, I guess that's east along Church until it transitions to Plant Atkinson Road all the way to Atlanta Road. So I'm very familiar with the businesses that are currently located along there. I'm familiar with this site in particular. I think when we talk about industry that's in transition, I think there's also, I think the percentage of those industrial buildings is a relatively small percentage of businesses or industrial businesses are actually in transition. I think a large majority of the industrial businesses are viable and doing quite well. And I think to introduce this type of use I'd be concerned about the operating pressures that we're putting on those businesses in that area that are not transitioning. There's quite a bit of truck traffic along that corridor, along South Atlanta Road, Plant Atkinson. And to introduce this type of use, I think is clearly a conflict. I think we're asking for trouble, so to speak. I could see code enforcement cases going up substantially, and I think that would be a concern from my perspective. So that's my comment.
Great. Well, the comments are all very well taken and very helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Yep. I got to be honest, my head initially was thinking, you know, is there an opportunity for overlays or phased approach that would not introduce as intensive of a set of uses? I still think the opportunity exists for there to be a more comprehensive view of this plan. I think the fact that the owner has and the applicant has control over basically the two ends of the barbell means that they can kind of provide the connection. But I think that the site plan as construed here, without taking away any willingness to entertain non-industrial uses inclusive of multi, I think the site plan as proposed kind of misses the mark. But I think directionally there is more work that could be done in a future more comprehensive plan. But at this time, my motion would be to recommend denial. Again, with a caveat that I think we all need to reimagine some of the conflicts with industrial, because it's something that will continue to happen as infrastructure investments of old industrial sites does evolve. And there are successful examples of it, like the works in the Beltline, that have proven to be catalysts for a neighborhood. So, again, I could be poetic for another hour, but I don't think everyone would like that. So I think we'd probably go and I'd stick with my motion for denial.
We have a motion, Commissioner Anderson. Is there a second?
Second?
All right, have a second from Commissioner Dance. Is there any more discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. With that, I'd like to suggest we take a 10-minute break and we reconvene at 10:38. Thank you. Everyone, and welcome back to the August 1st, 2023 Cobb County Planning Commission. If I could get staff to call the next case.
And before we do that, Mr. Vice Chair, I did get a request for an early head count for rezoning case Z25, Tanner Hamzawi. Would it be okay with the board if I call an early head count on Z25? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, Mr. Chairman. We'll go to the next case, and then we'll come back to the early head count on that case. All right. Next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z23 of 2023. Mike Norton requests a rezoning from LRO and R20 to NRC for a beauty salon in land lot 371 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Chastain Corner Road, west of Canton Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z23?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning. My name is Mike Norton. I own this property. I apologize in advance. I've never been to a zoning meeting before, so I had no notes prepared and didn't know what to expect. This property was for sale when I first came across it, and the realtor had heard from other tenants that were interested in leasing the building. I was interested in buying it, but I didn't want to buy an empty building. So one of the tenants that came to the agent was a beauty salon that had 15 years of experience running a salon in North Fulton, wanted to move to Cobb County. So the agent called the zoning office. They said, yeah, it fits as long as you do training or educational courses. So we moved forward. I signed a contract, they signed a lease, and then when they went to get a sign permit, they found out that it didn't fit zoning. So I get that people make mistakes. Somebody made a call and it wasn't the right call, didn't fit the LRO zoning. So that's why I'm here. Basically, they want to move forward with that. It's right across the street from a Kroger shopping center with lots of retail, so it kind of fits that area. One of the things that somebody brought up, I've talked to 2 homeowners groups in the area, and they all are fine with what we're doing. There's a cut through that neighbors have been using both directions. So somebody at the office asked if we were okay blocking that. I'm fine blocking that. I think it would serve both sides to minimize traffic through a parking lot. So that's pretty much how I got here. Well, I will say this: the NRC zoning, I understand, opens up a can of worms of a lot of type industries that could be in there. The way this building is set up, it's really small offices, so it doesn't function for retail and a lot of those type businesses. So I have no intention of doing anything other than the beauty salon. It's really ideal for office use, but I just didn't happen to have a tenant that was looking for it to use it for that purpose. So I'm not trying to change the traffic patterns or noise patterns or anything else. It's simply just to make it fit their needs. And I think their usage won't change noise, traffic, or anything else. I don't think anybody will notice a difference from its prior use. Okay. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Don't go anywhere since I don't think there's any opposition, and this is in District 3, so Commissioner Dance will lead our discussion.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Question, when you're talking about the cut-through, where is that? Can you point it out?
Well, I'll just call it out. Oh, it is to the right side. So if you come in the parking lot off of Chastain Corners and would turn left into the property, yes, like that, and then take a right there, that leads back to the neighborhood back behind it. So it looks like there are, in the asphalt, I see what used to be posts there. So somebody cut the posts at the base of the asphalt at some point. So it used to be blocked. So again, I'm fine blocking it again. I think that'd serve both purposes. I've seen people come both directions when I've been over there and the parking lot's empty, and they're just flying through because they're used to it being empty at this point. So it
So you're
scares me a
talking about
little
on the right-hand side of that,
bit. On the right side, yes, ma'am.
the Blackwell Circle?
Yes, so if you turn right there, there's just a little asphalt road. The parking lot continues and connects to the street back behind it.
Okay, and then that's not your property?
I'm honestly not sure where the property ends and starts. I haven't had a survey done.
But the question you had been asked is about closure.
Somebody, I think at the zoning office asked, would I be okay with blocking that? And I said, sure.
Okay.
And again, it appears that it's been blocked before, so I'm fine not blocking it or blocking it, but to me,
Okay,
blocking
we're
it.
talking about the access at the top end of your property there, right? Blocking the top,
Blocking the access from the parking lot back to that street behind it so that everybody has to enter the parking lot from Chastain Corners
okay.
to minimize traffic through the neighborhood.
Okay, and if I can just ask Mr. Peterson, is that part of staff's recommendations, is that be blocked?
Yes, it's in the DOT comments to close that access connection.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for you. And then if I could ask DOT to step forward.
Good morning.
Morning. So you heard the testimony where he was just discussing the Blackwell Circle access. That circle, is that already closed?
I believe it's open right now, but we will recommend that they close it because now we will have a commercial use accessing a local residential road. So we will request
Okay.
for them to close it.
And so you're talking about just the closure of his access point to
Yes.
Blackwell Circle?
Correct.
Okay. And is there anything else pertinent to Blackwell Circle and its use that affects this application?
Not at this time, other than there is a local residential road, and we don't want the traffic from the commercial property accessing that
Okay.
local
And
road.
so their access is from a different,
It's from Chastain Road, the main road.
okay, okay. All right, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, just a quick question. So just going back to Blackwell Circle, is that abandoned? That's county right away?
That's a good question. I don't know. Let me see. I don't think we have it in our. I don't have it in my report, so I don't know. I think it's local, but I will have to verify that.
Mr. Peterson, do you have information on that?
I believe Blackwell Circle is a county right-of-way.
Is it gonna? Yes.
And so vehicles are, I guess maybe zoom out a little bit. I just want to better understand the context of how that roadway is used. Okay, I see,
It's
okay.
local residential, yes.
It
It's
circles back around to
residences.
Canton Road.
Okay.
We're not blocking the access to other residences. It's just for this use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if I can clarify, then in accordance with your recommendations, as to closing off this property from Blackwell Circle, would that be DOT's obligation or the applicant's?
The applicants.
Okay. Okay, and thank you very much. And sir, you were okay with that, is that right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, that's all. That's all we have right now, and so you can take a seat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, sorry. I'm deaf in one ear, I can't hear half of this.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, I make a motion to delete NRC and R20 in accordance with staff comments and recommendations and subject to all staff comments and recommendations.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Dance. We have a second.
Second?
Second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Call the question.
Do you guys want that on consent?
Yes, I would amend my motion to make it part of the consent, or recommend it be part of the consent agenda.
Commissioner Anderson, you okay with that? Your second still good?
Second still holds.
Okay. All right. Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Call the next case, please.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z24 of 2023, SWI Investments LLC, request rezoning from R20 to NRC for convenience store fuel sales in land lot 637 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Canton Road, south of Rosedale Drive. Earlier, there was 9 folks here opposed and 4 in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Fallon. I'm an architect and one of the owners with CDH Partners Architecture. You all may be familiar with our firm. We have churches around the square. We have a 7-story ICU tower going up over at Kennestone currently. And when SWI Investments came to me and said, would you design this building for us? Initially, I was kind of no. And then he explained the concept to me that I'm about to explain to you. And that's why I'm here. We generally only take on projects of excellence and feel that this one deserves that as well. This location will serve much more than its stereotype classification as a fuel station. Don't think of your typical gas station like a BP, Chevron, or Racetrack. This multifunction development will add value to the community and improve quality of life. This is an innovative and upscale concept designed to provide a seamless and prestigious experience for patrons. It will cater to the diverse needs of customers seeking high-quality products, culinary delights, a moment of relaxation, and a flexible work environment. Upon entering, patrons will be greeted with an open and airy layout that maximizes open space. As much of the site as possible will be covered, you'll see that in the renderings, with a light and airy translucent canopy. It will protect from rain and the heat of the sun while still enabling natural light to permeate the entire area. The cafe, sandwich shop, and ice cream parlor will exude a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Plush seating arrangements, intimate booths, and communal tables will provide flexibility for patrons to relax, socialize, or work. The cafe will offer quality food items and coffee drinks that will rival the coffee giants at a price that's more attractive. The Flex workspace will be strategically placed near the cafe, providing an inspiring environment for professionals seeking a temporary office away from the traditional office setting. Equipped with ergonomic furniture, high-speed internet, and a private meeting room, this flexible workspace caters to the needs of freelancers, remote workers, and parents who just need to get out of the house. The space fosters productivity while accommodating a dynamic and collaborative atmosphere. You might be thinking this all sounds good, but it's just another gas station. That's not true. Since this is the maiden voyage for this brand, the first of many to come across Cobb County, a prototype, if you will, SWI Investments is committed to standing on the description I just gave you with excellence to create a new brand concept that customers will return to time and time again. While we understand that there might be skepticism around just another gas station in this location, please understand that is not what this concept is intended to be. Based on the merit of this description of the brand concept and its value to the community, we are requesting your consideration for rezoning to NRC with no exception to fuel distribution at this site as recommended by the staff. This destination will include a sandwich shop, ice cream shop, outdoor seating and play area, and flex workspace as its primary functions to create a destination. Fuel pumps will be an added bonus to visitors, yet integral to the business concept. Much like grocery stores have gas pumps, even though it's not their primary function. We are committed to providing acceptable landscape buffers, whether that is plantings or fences, if there are stipulations that may be applied for that at the residential properties. And we've already commissioned a detailed environmental study above and beyond what was required, so we can be good stewards of the natural environment and provide abundant water quality control for the adjacent streams. We're also committed to traffic studies and designing adequate traffic flow to appease any DOT requests or the needs of the community.
All right, now we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning, Commissioners. I stand before you on behalf of the Marietta Canton Road subdivision in opposition of the proposed Z24 rezoning request. My name is Wendy McGarr. I live at 2515 Jewel Drive with my husband and 2 children, and we've lived there since 2005. I am joined by several of my neighbors with the same shared concerns. My home is one of the 5 homes that back up to the proposed gas station on Canton Road. All of the 5 homes are between 50 and 100 feet of the Z24 site, and there's a daycare only 200 feet across Canton Road. The Z24 site also has a stream that connects to the Noonday Creek watershed. Within a 2-mile radius, there is currently 16 gas stations. Racetrack is the closest to the site. Though it has a neighborhood backing up to it, I would like it noted that the racetrack was there prior to the homes being built. The stream that runs through the Z24 property continues its path between 2 homes on Jewel and then through the rest of the neighborhood. Heavy rains at times cause the stream to get very high and at times crest. Not only is flooding a concern, but the environmental effects of a gas station near or encroaching on a stream is of concern. According to the Cobb County Watershed Stewardship Program, it's the property owner's responsibility to continue to improve the water quality and not to contaminate it. Pictures here on this slide show how high the water can get in the connecting stream. In the 2 pictures on the left, there was only 0.08 inches of rain that day, and look how high it had gotten. I did some research and found an EPA study with regards to underground storage tanks used for fuel. The study found 3 major human and environmental health risks with underground storage tanks. Gasoline and hazardous additives can infiltrate local groundwater, aquifers, which in some cases are key water sources for private well and public water systems. Such contamination poses health risks from ingestion, skin contact, and inhalation of fumes, all of which may cause neurological damage, blood disorders, cancer, and other adverse health outcomes. Second, a common contamination pathway occurs when vapors emitted from released gas migrate through soil, septic, or drainage pipes into structures. This type of contamination poses acute health risks and a risk of fire or explosion. And third, contaminated runoff can migrate into surface water directly, creating environmental problems and threatening local ecosystems. In addition to health risks, there are concerns about our property value. According to the Community Environmental Defense Services, the industry that diminishes property value the most are convenience stores with gas stations. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development shows that while fire and explosion may not be common, they do occur enough to be concerned for nearby residents, therefore adding to the diminished property value. And finally, a Georgia study noted that commercial development in general can depress residential property. I emailed a petition to all of you yesterday. This petition is signed by the majority of the residents in our neighborhood. In getting the petition signed, I've heard and discussed the following concerns and/or requests. Building height should not exceed those of adjacent buildings, nor impact the view shed of adjacent residential properties. Architectural style design should be similar or complementary to the predominant architectural design of other commercial uses within the activity center. Any roof-mounted utilities or building components must be sufficiently screened from view of adjoining properties and public right-of-way. This proposed 24/7 gas station is way too intensive next to homes. The variance request for intruding into the stream bank setbacks is a huge concern, especially since the erosion control confirmed that the stream connects to the Noonday Creek watershed. And finally, alcohol sales have to be at least 300 feet from homes, schools, and churches. And we all saw from the second slide that the proposed plan is less than that from our homes and the neighboring daycare across the street. As you can see from this slide, with all of the photos, we are a nice, friendly, and diverse community. We really do enjoy living near each other, and we look out for each other, and we would like to keep it that way. There are many new families moving into the neighborhood with young children. There is concern for their safety, health, and overall well-being. We formally request that you consider the Z24 property to be rezoned as a non-automotive LRC using the Canton Road guidelines. If the NRC is voted, we do not want anything automotive or contractors with special exceptions. This slide identifies all the non-desirable businesses for this property. On behalf of the Marietta Canton Road subdivision, I thank you for your time. Please note that we are for future business on Canton Road that helps build communities. With your help, we can continue to make Canton Road area a viable contributor to Cobb County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wanting to speak in opposition? Okay. You have about 4 minutes.
Probably won't need it. Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I have worked with David Poteet in drafting this opinion. I want to refer to staff analysis and final recommendations. Recommends approval to NRC, but no automotive-related uses, no fuel sales, no convenience stores, no outdoor storage, no outdoor display of merchandise, neighborhood retail uses and professional uses only. Final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner, compliance with Canton Road design guidelines, fire, water, sewer, stormwater, Department of Transportation, as usual, recommendations. I think that this is a very good list. I certainly think that if you were going to approve it as NRC, you should add to that no contractor or special exception uses. But the alternative is to delete this to LRC, which would remove any possibility of automotive uses or special exception uses for contractor. LRC would actually be a better match because of the unique proximity or the close proximity of this site to residential homes that have been there for many decades. We just heard about the conflict between intense uses in the prior zoning case, intense uses next to residential. In this case, the residential has been there for many decades, and this is a more intense use trying to come in. It would have a negative impact on the quiet enjoyment of the homeowners, and we believe that probably deletion to LRC would be the better fit for this site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Okay, our public hearing is closed. This is in District 3, so Commissioner Dance will lead our discussion.
Thank you. If I could have the applicant come forward. Hi. When you were making your remarks, I just need to understand what your position was. You're asking for fuel sales, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you asking for other automotive uses?
No.
Okay. So with respect to the recommendations of the staff, I'm assuming that you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what do you, other than fuel sales, is there anything else you disagree with about from staff?
No, I don't. Just
And
feel
how-
that.
And how about the other comments that were made by the resident group?
Well, I think there is probably a misunderstanding of that this may be like all the other gas stations on Canton Highway, and that is not the intent of this concept. It is to be more of a place that is of a higher level of quality, a place that they would probably enjoy going to, even over the racetrack that's down the road that she mentioned that was just developed very similarly to the way that this site lays out. And then also, since NRC is within the future land use and fuel sales is allowable under that zoning, we just feel that it would be inappropriate to limit that.
So up to the time of this meeting, I mean, have you had meetings with the citizen group?
No, we were not aware of their opposition.
Okay, would you be open and amenable to having such meetings?
I have to ask, would you be open with meeting with them?
Sure, we will be open
To meeting with the
them.
citizen group just to discuss their concerns and, you know, make sure you're good neighbors in the first instance. So,
First, my name is Sobi Bakhtor.
what's your name again?
Sobi Bakhtor, I'm the owner. Hi to everybody. And like he said, we are coming with a new concept which people can come enjoy the time. It's not really normal thing. It is high-end, prestigious place that accommodate work environment. People, the many people now working from home. Sometimes they got bored, wanna get a couple of hours here or there to have a station to work on. So the main product that we wanted to create, but in something to benefit. And as a wonderful lady, she said that diminish the value, absolutely not. It will increase the value of the area because that is something is not, I didn't see it exist in United States actually, how we wanna, that will be designed and to be for the people. So that is a new concept, a new thing is not like you see even Racetrack or Quick Trip, that is not near to that. How we design it, we design that, yeah, there is a place which anyone can buy snack, whatever, coffee, whatever, and they said enjoy their kids. We have a playing ground, we'll design for the kids. There is different concept at all. So that will enhance the value of every single, and if somebody establish that and started to copy and paste in different area, I think that will benefit entire society, entire Cobb County is not like any what they see in the area gas station.
So let me ask you a question. In terms of fuel sales, gas station, whatever you want to call it, are you interested in this project without the fuel sales?
Let me say why we wanted to add fuel sales, because like a program, fuel sales, that is bring a customer, and we wanted to serve this customer, plus the people who come and stay for get their kids to get sandwich, ice cream, sit to work for a couple of hours or a day, no problem. So it is a new concept with including fuel sales. Fuel sales is not the premier product. The premier product that how we can enhance the area, how we can enhance the concept of the gas station itself and convenience store, not like what we see here. And like I said, I didn't see that is European stylish. I am from actually Egypt, Middle East. I came 27 years ago, and we have that kind of design. That's why when I went to the architect company, in the beginning they say no, and after that when I explain my concept, they really be in it. So everywhere in that area,
Is
it is
this
in
the,
RC.
I'm sorry, excuse
What?
me, is this the first of a kind of your concept?
Yeah, that's true. This is the first one, and we wanted to bring more and more copy and paste after that in many Cobb County, because we know Cobb County is a very high end. I live in East Cobb, and it is very, very high end, and we wanted to present very high end places to the people.
Okay. Does any other member of the board have questions?
I just have a quick question. Do you intend to provide beer and wine?
I'm so sorry.
Do you intend to sell beer and wine?
Not wine, absolutely. It could be some beer, but I don't. There is two things which we are negotiating now to see if we will sell it or not, but I don't think we will go there. The cigarette and all this kind of tobacco stuff and the beer. But it will not be wine at all. There is no wine, period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does any other member of the board want to follow up with anyone?
I just had a question just for the pumps. Will there be any electric stations?
What's that?
Electric?
Yeah, we will add,
charging?
yes, that one part of it, it will be, we will build electrical station to the normal fuel, yes. It will be probably the same station or more electrical because the future all is electrical coming. So we will implement that, yes.
So how many stations would there be for that versus regular fuel pumps?
Probably we will have, it depends on the size for sure, and that is will come in the design and all that stuff, whatever can allow us. But if we build, for example, 10 station as normal, it will be at least 15 to 20 electrical.
Okay.
Because we know the future. It's just a few years, 10 years from now, maximum 20 years from now, probably you will have little of that normal fuel, and it will be primary electrical. So we wanted to build for 15, 20 years ahead.
Okay. And only other question I had was, you're programming these uses for people to dwell, to stay, co-working, things like that. I'm sorry, where would they park? Would you anticipate there being? I mean, it's just I'm just struggling since it's a new concept. It feels
we
it's a
would
little
be
bit of a
required to provide ample parking per code as we go through the permitting process. The site plan is still under development. We do currently have adequate parking for the requested uses, but we would be continuing to develop that to provide ample parking for some people to stay there for a little bit longer time than just to fill up their gas.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I was just asking because I looked and it didn't seem like if you're occupying some of those spaces for some of those uses, it seemed a little inconsistent. There'd probably be more parking if you're having people
Yes, there would need
starting.
to be more parking. Initially, the concept was to have a tenant space, but then as we looked into it, the stream buffers kind of prevented the size of the building.
Yep.
So the building will actually shrink some now. That tenant space is not going to be part of the concept anymore. So that will provide for more parking.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to? Okay. You can be seated at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as usual, I want to express our appreciation for the community and for your involvement and your recommendations in this matter. At this time, at this time, I would like to make a motion to delete it to LRC in accordance with staff recommendations, limiting all fuel sales and automotive uses along with any other recommendations made by staff. And just 1 second. I would comment that, during the interim time before this appears before the Board of Commissioners, there are also some additional provisions that were recommended by the community that might be incorporated into a consideration for a final motion. So that would be my motion.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Dance. Is there a second?
I'll second with the understanding that limiting is tantamount to precluding in this instance vis-a-vis fuel sales. Is that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Motion is seconded by Commissioner Boulogne. Call the are there any discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Next case.
Okay, next case is LUP 11 of 2023. Rick Coleman requests a temporary land use permit renewal to allow firewood storage in land lot 874 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Leland Drive, north of Windy Hill Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Oh, and Mr. Chairman, before we start, can we get that early head count for Z25?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z25? Tanner Hamzawi, please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 22 people who are opposed to rezoning case Z25. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z25? Please stand up and raise your hands. One. Okay, let the record show there's one here in support. All right, going back to LEP 11, Mr. Coleman.
All right, we'll proceed, Mr. Coleman, with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me back again.
Just a reminder, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'll make this quick. Hopefully I can keep it less than 5. First, thank you, everyone, for having me back. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, in particular, for giving me a month or two to go talk to my neighbors and address their concerns. We have done what I would call an about face with Officer Foster helping us. We are definitely planning on being out of the firewood business in this particular area. I have hired a real estate broker to help me find a heavy industrial spot where we can move our firewood business to. What I wanted to do today is I still want to keep my application in for additional time, but what I wanted to do was talk to you guys. Well, first let's go back. So I went and talked to the neighbor, and I think me explaining our actual operation a little better will help everyone understand what we are asking for. What we are asking for at this point is to continue to have our firewood that has already been processed stay at the location. I've gotten a couple estimates to have all of it moved, and it's somewhere in the estimate or in the range of $10,000 to $20,000 to have some trucks come in and move all the firewood. But also, if we have it moved, where would we move it to? That's another issue which I'm trying to address. So the biggest concerns and complaints that we have gotten, and I think there's only been maybe 1 or 2 in the last couple years, has been noise with the Best Western across the street. After Mr. Anderson told me to go talk to them, I went that day. I talked to the owner. I've talked to the owner's mom, and their biggest issue is the noise of the chainsaw itself. If any of you are familiar with chainsaw noise, that is the loud, zinging, zzz, very loud, obnoxious noise. I'm sure everyone knows what that is. We are not doing any more chainsaw noise. I had 2 pieces of equipment there that processed the wood. We have taken them off the property. Over the last 2.5 months since the last meeting, we've moved at least, I would say 25% of the wood that was there. We have gotten rid of it. As soon as I left that meeting 2 months ago, I emailed and texted every past client that I have had and used, and I had probably 50 clients that said, yes, you're in a bind, we'll help you out, bring our firewood early. So we've been able to move a bunch of it. Officer Foster can attest to that. Also talking to the neighbor next door, she said, we have no problem with you guys with the actual the moving of the firewood. So I'd like to go through the process of how you actually get firewood to your house. So the firewood is brought to us in logs. We chainsaw it into 17-inch pieces. That is the loud part. That is the part that you're going to get noise complaints or hearing a constant chainsaw going. That is the real issue with the neighbors. Once that is cut, then those logs are kind of put in a pile. And then at that point, a machine, I say machine, but it's very, very quiet, feels like a low hum, splits the logs. And the big round logs are split into pieces that every person can use in their home, little 3-inch pieces. That, again, is not very loud. The only issue, again, that I can tell you that my neighbors had is the actual chainsaw. We are not doing any chainsawing. We are not even processing wood anymore there at all. We do have some logs that are left over there that I have a guy that's going to come pick those up, actually maybe today. But the main issue that you're going to see in pictures from Officer Foster is I have the firewood there. So what we do, what I am proposing is that you guys will allow me to keep my firewood there till I can get through this firewood season, which starts in about a month as soon as it gets cold. And then that will go October, November, December, January, February, March. So the letter that I have that I think I proposed or brought that the neighbor signed said, we have no problem. So let me explain to you how that works. So we have these fences, we have piles of firewood. Imagine just big piles of firewood. And my pickup truck, a Ford F-250, pulls in, backs up to the firewood pile. By hand, that firewood is loaded into the truck. That is no noise whatsoever. It is loaded into the truck by hand. It's stacked 4 rows. We close up the truck, we drive off the property, we go to someone's house that ordered it. That is it. That is the only thing that will take place over the next, September or August, what is that, 6 months, 7 months? Till the end of March is what we're asking for. So I'm just asking that you will save me the $15,000 to $20,000 that I would have to pay to move all of this, and just allow me to keep the firewood there to get through the firewood season, which I will be able to get rid of all of the wood at that point. By March 30th of this year, the firewood will be gone. The equipment's already gone. Chainsaws are gone. There's no noise. I'm just asking that you don't I hate to say you would cost me, but I don't know how else to say it. I'm not very smart when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I would like to take that $10,000 to $15,000 and invest it into a new property that's heavy industrial, light industrial, where I could actually store my firewood that is more appropriate. So that is what I am asking. I went and talked to the neighbor. They're good with it. They're like, yeah, you can leave it there. It doesn't bother us at all. They just don't like the chainsaw noise. And we have stopped all chainsaw noise completely. There's no chainsaw noise. There's not even processing of wood. So I'm just asking, I think I initially applied for a 2-year permit. I'm just asking that you allow me to continue to keep my firewood there that I currently have, that's already been cut, that's already in piles, that's under tarps, that's being stored, that is ready for this winter, which is beginning in about a month and then should go through the end of March. Once it starts to warm up again, all the wood should be gone at that point, and then you should never hear from me again. And that's what I'm asking.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. You can be seated, and we're going to hear from the opposition, if there's any opposition. Okay, I don't think there is any. This is in District 2, so we'll let Commissioner Anderson lead that discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Can I please have Elisa come up from Code Enforcement? Elisa Falston.
Good morning, I'm Yolisa Falston from Code Enforcement. So I've been inspecting the property since March of 2021. We received a complaint in regards to processing of trees at the property and also obstruction of the right-of-way. The logs were being stored on the county's right-of-way, which is not allowed according to the ordinance for obstruction of the right-of-way. You have to have permission for DOT before placing anything on the right-of-way. So at our last hearing, Dr. Coleman was supposed to meet with the owners of the Best Western and discuss the complaint, seize intake and process trees, seize intake and processing of trees on the property, reduce the amount of firewood on the property, and also find a new location to legally operate the business. During that time frame, we received an agreement from Mr. Coleman, and he stated that the neighbor of the Best Western agreed to allow noise Monday through Friday from 11 to 4. They didn't have an issue with splitting and storing of firewood, and that all firewood would be removed by March 31st, and he requested additional 7 to 8 months to get through the fire season. During that time frame, I followed up with his neighbor, and his neighbor stated that he did not meet with the owner. The owner met with his mother, and that he does not agree to the business being there. He also had an issue with the business operating without an appropriate license, since he does have a license for his business. Dr. Coleman does not have a license to operate a tree business at that property. This is what the current conditions look like. When I inspected the property a week ago, he did reduce a small amount of firewood from the property, and I did observe an employee there working. So that's the area view from 2020. We received a complaint in 2021, but in 2020, in front of that vehicle is cut up logs showing that he started storing firewood at the property, and to the right of it is the business license for the chiropractic office and not a firewood business. The fence that's up to hide the firewood from the view of nearby residents and the guests at the hotel, it's in compliance. It's 6 feet and it's on the property line, but it causes a serious obstruction to the view and can cause an accident. The last picture shows how the fence looks when you're coming up to the business. And then when you get right there, for the clients that are leaving the chiropractic office, they will end up in an accident because the property is on a curve, so you don't see when the vehicles is coming until you are in the middle of the road. So pretty much from a code enforcement perspective, we feel that the business is not feasible for the area, especially with there being nearby residents and hotel guests is disturbance. And we have to look at the big picture. This business is illegally operating for 3 years in Cobb County without an official Cobb County business license. And it is recommended that the fence be removed so that way we can prevent accidents, and also to remove all firewood before the 7 to 8 months that's being requested, because that would still be him operating a business without him being zoned to have that business there or having the appropriate license. Unless the board has any other questions, my presentation is completed.
I do have a quick question. If we could go back to, you had an aerial that you showed the...
From 2020?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to refresh my memory on this case. I thought we considered a land use permit for this a year and a half ago. Is that correct? Or...
Yes, it's due for renewal at this time.
Okay, all right. What were the parameters or conditions under which that LUP were granted? And is he in compliance with those requirements?
I am not too sure about the terms of it. I thought he was supposed to reduce the amount of firewood and eventually remove it from there, if I recall, but I think Mr. Peterson has the terms.
Okay.
Yes, and this was approved by the board in 2022. So this was approved February 15th, 2022, for 12 months. First condition says there should be a 6-foot fence around the perimeter to obscure the site of the firewood. The height of the stored firewood shall not exceed the height of the fence. Number 2, no landscaping and no irrigation are required. Number 3, no burning of the firewood. And number 4, limit the delivery chopping of wood to be between the hours of 9 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Okay, so were there any code, or have they been in compliance since, I guess, February of 2022? No issues, no code enforcement issues since?
The only issue that we had was the complaints that we were receiving from the Best Western, you know, and that was the noise. And then he was complaining about the deliveries and his guests not being able to sleep in, and then him also lacking a business license.
Okay, all right. So the processing piece, the chainsaws, was that an allowable activity based on the land use permit or not?
He's removed all of the equipment as of last week. That I didn't see any equipment allowed on the property, but as far as under the permit, I'm not sure if he was allowed to have that equipment there or not.
I don't know if you can answer that, John. Was he allowed to cut?
That doesn't address it, but the last land use permit from 2022 was approved for a firewood storage business. That's what it was advertised as.
Okay. That doesn't sound like processing to me. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah. So one question I had was, in order to secure a business license going forward, that would depend on the outcome of him. That would require another land use permit. Is that correct? Or is it that would be independent?
He would need to apply for rezoning.
Okay, right. I'm sorry. Rezoning would be required in order to secure the. So there's no way for him to secure a business license absent a rezoning. Is that?
No, because the property is not zoned for that type of use.
Okay. And John, that's consistent with your understanding as well?
Well, and Ms. Folsom is correct. You know, it's not zoned for the use, but if the board approves a land use permit, then that allows a business to be there that's not supposed to be there. So we would sign off on a business license for the time period in it.
Okay.
And right now, he has lost his time period since February this year.
Okay. And this might be more of a technicality, but does that mean that any approval here would have to be as of the expiration of that prior one? Or do we have to even address
You
this
don't need
lapse?
to address that. You know, if he gets approved here, then we could have him apply for a business license tomorrow.
Okay.
Or when the board approves it.
Okay. Got it. Great. Thank you for both for clarifying that. So, and then one other question I did have as well, just, so we have I believe the applicant had said that they'd spoken to both the mother and the owner. And on that form that I think you had 2 slides before, where you show the signatures. Oh, yep, that was it. But
I didn't have the signature portion.
it didn't have the signatures, but in the materials it shows the signature, which looks like of Mrs. Soon, which I believe is the mother. Is that correct, Mrs.?
Soon Han is the owner. And I don't know if the mother signed his signature, but he was not at that meeting. And after I contacted him, he sent an email stating that he did not meet with him. And he stated that Dr. Coleman always comes to the property when he's not there and gets different employees to sign off on things that they shouldn't be signing off on.
Okay. Because I'm a little confused, because it says signed by Soon Han, and it's not a notarized document, it looks like, but can we bring up in the actual package? I think it was on the staff analysis, the large packages, I think page 413. So if you go to the top in 413, I think it'll take it right there, and the page number. Right in the top where it says 388 divided by 585. On the screen. Yeah. Oh, it's right on this. Or we can do it that way too. Yes, okay, so this is what was in the staff analysis here. So again, it's not notarized, but this is a document that was provided, to your knowledge, this was signed by the owner, or?
He stated that his mom signed the document and that he was not there, that he came over because he said, the owner stated that he came over twice. He came over with a notice that said that he could operate that business until 2025, and then he corrected it and changed it to 2024.
Okay.
But the owner was not present for that. The owner's mother is the manager of the hotel.
Got it. Okay. Immediately, I'm thinking that probably, so let's go forward, we need to get like a notarized document that, because I think we're chasing some signatures, and I just would like to know who signed this, and but just to kind of have an independent confirmation of it. But this is helpful to know. Thank you for answering the question on this one. So, did my fellow commissioners have any other questions?
I can clear that up also.
Oh, we're gonna,
on the signature if you want.
yeah, we're gonna call you in 1 second. So yeah. All right. I think we're all set for now.
Thank you.
And may I call the applicant back up, Dr. Coleman? Thank you.
So I'm kind of a emotional guy, and I don't really hold back, and my wife gets mad at me for a lot of things sometimes. So a couple things that I would like to say just to clear this up is, one, some of the innuendos that have been made are not true. First, let's address the photos. All the photos that you see of the firewood that look so nasty are all on the inside. None of that is on the outside. It's all you see is a nice pretty fence on the outside. All of that is inside. So that's one. Two is this. Yes, originally when I applied for the first permit 2 years ago, they give you, Cobb County gives you a form that says, go have your neighbors sign this. So yes, I went to all of my neighbors and said, hey, do you have a problem with the firewood business? Nope, I don't. And they signed it. The storage place signed it. The Best Western signed it. So it sounds, based off of what she said, it sounds like I'm trying to pull a fast one by getting someone else to sign it. I'm a chiropractor. I'm not trying to pull a fast one on anyone. That's not what I'm here. This was started a long time ago for my boys to just keep them off the internet and to teach them about work ethic and to have a little lemonade stand, but we wanted to do a firewood business. That's all it is. So yes, I went and asked people for signatures back for the original document that I had signed by all of the neighbors, okay? This signature that I got, I have actually been back and forth. Every Tuesday, I see patients there. Every Tuesday since our last meeting that I was in town, I went over and talked to them. I initially brought them one letter. They said, no, we don't really like that. I said, no problem. I just want to keep my firewood here. I'll stop everything. I did everything that the neighbors asked. So yes, this was signed by Soon Han, which is the mother, okay? She told me, because I left her this document, I'll talk to my son. There was this language issue going on. So I gave her this form, and then I left, and I said, I'll come back next Tuesday. So the bottom line was, whoever signed it, whether it was her or whether it was her son who owns the property, the main thing is they have a problem with the noise itself, with the noise. And I said, I'm good with that. So I have cleared everything out. There's no chainsaws, there's no equipment, there's no processing of firewood. That's over with, it's done. I want to be out of it. I never want to have to come back here again for any firewood business. I'm a chiropractor. I'm actually taking away patients by being here, and I get in big trouble from my wife for that. So that's why I've moved forward and got the approval from my boss, my wife, and said, do whatever you have to do, get out of there. So I don't want to mess with it anymore, but I just didn't like, and I'm glad you let me talk, I didn't like the way that was given to you guys, that I'm somehow trying to pull a fast one. None of that. I have firewood that is there, that is drying, that I'm trying to get rid of this winter. I will get rid of it. All I'm asking is that you just give me the appropriate time, because it costs a lot of money to move all that firewood. If Cobb County says to me tomorrow, You have to have it all moved out in 2 weeks. It's going to cost me $15,000 to have it all moved out, cleaned out, all of that. I'd rather take that money and put it down on a property for another investment that we could start and have a true firewood business. That's all I'm asking. So it was signed by the mom, but supposedly she went back and asked her. It wasn't signed on that spot. It was given to her. Then it was negotiated. I went back on my computer. I changed it. I actually changed it 3 times and went back, and then finally she signed it. Or he signed it. I don't know who signed it, but if he says he didn't sign it, then she signed it. But I just know from our conversations that they don't have a problem with the storage or the delivery. They only have a problem with the noise, and that has stopped.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the additional color on that. Do my fellow commissioners have a question? Commissioner Dance?
I have a question. So your document here and your request is for an extension to March 30th, and you talk about the wood will be removed. Are you talking about selling the wood from that property? I mean, what is your process for removal of the wood by March 30th?
So a lot of it, as 2 meetings ago that I discussed, we started this as like I said, a glorified lemonade stand. Just to teach my boys about work ethic, being outdoors, being out there. But we actually do sell some of it, and all the money goes into my boys' 529 account. If you look at our little cheap website that we had built, all the money, is it considered a nonprofit? I don't know whether you consider that a nonprofit or not, but all the money that we make, and that's what we tell people, goes into our boys' college fund, who are now twin boys that are 12 years old. But it also gets donated a lot. We donate to the homeless in the city of Atlanta. We donate to Sandy Springs. We donate a lot of firewood to a lot of people. A lot of the apartments behind us, we donate firewood to them. It's just something fun that we do to keep our boys off the internet. It's not a profitable business. I mean, it's profitable, but not.
So let me just see if I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I was asking you physically how it occurs that it's going to come off of the property. So.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. So what happens is as soon as it gets cold, especially the first day it gets cold, my phone rings off the hook from all of my people that I've delivered to in the past. They text me and they say, hey, I need a load of firewood. At that point, me, my boys, if it's a Saturday or Sunday, we get in the truck. We drive over to 1885 Leland. We open up the fence. We back the truck into one of the piles of the firewood that's there. We load it up, 4 rows. We stack it. It's literally just I should have just brought a piece of firewood with me. I'm sure you've all seen a piece of firewood. We load it up. We throw it in our truck. We drive out, we close the gate, we drive to the person's house. My boys and I jump out of the car, we take the wheelbarrows off the truck, we throw all the wood in the wheelbarrows, we wheelbarrow it to the person's rack, whether it's in their backyard, whether it's in their house. We wheelbarrow it to their location, we stack it, we load it, and then the person pays us money. And then that money at the end of every month, we write a check to the 529 college fund for my boys. Did that answer your question, I hope? So how are we going to get rid of all of the wood that we still have there?
Right. I mean, based upon your plan.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've been having in place for
yes,
this
ma'am.
period of time. I mean, you and your sons are going to be able to remove all of the wood that is within those fence parameters by March 30th, pursuant to the procedure
yes,
you're using. Is that correct?
1,000%. I will make it happen if at the end, as we get to the end of February and we start getting close, if it's not done by then, we will make sure it's done. 1,000% by March 30th, all the wood will be gone and cleaned up.
I mean, whether or not y'all are removing it yourselves or hiring someone to remove it.
Yes, ma'am, 1,000%.
Let me ask you this question. So if you purchase this other property
yes,
prior to March 30th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. Or rent.
Rented or purchased it, could this be accomplished in advance of March 30th?
Did you say could it be accomplished sooner than that? Based on our financial position, I don't think we can buy a spot, but we are looking at renting places. I met with a guy last week actually kind of in this area that has a heavy industrial spot. And actually, after the meeting, I talked to Mr. Head, I think his name was, and he said he might even have some property for me, just real quick. I said, hey, can I have your phone number? Because if you have a bunch of heavy industrial, we might need a spot to move our firewood to, and he told me to call him. But in a perfect world, in a perfect scenario, we would have the winter. And the only reason that we're here now, I wanted to have all of it moved by the end of our last thing, but what happened is last year was unseasonably warm, and we had produced all of this firewood. So to go back, we had invested in more of a machine that splits faster, and because ours was stolen off of our property. So ours was stolen, we had to rebuy another machine. We bought another machine that produced more. So 2 years ago, I ended up producing more wood than I could use. So when I came and applied last time, they said, yes, you've got a year. But because last winter was unseasonably warm, I didn't get as many calls. That's why I still have wood that is left there. And over the last couple of months, I think I've moved at least 25% of what I had there. But yes, by March 30th, it's all gone, all cleaned up.
Okay, but my other question was, is there a possibility, is that a drop dead date? Or is there a possibility that you can have this removed prior to that date? Does that depend upon your ability to lease land or what?
It depends upon my ability to lease land.
And if you, I'm going to interrupt you because
Yes, ma'am.
you'll go off somewhere else.
Sorry.
If you leased land,
Yes, ma'am.
say in the next 2 months,
Yes, ma'am.
is there an opportunity that you could have this accomplished before March 30th?
The issue is it's still, the two things are, it still costs me a lot of money to have somebody come with a bobcat, scoop it all up, put it in a trailer, take it somewhere, dump it. That's the cost that I'm trying to avoid, versus the next 6 months of me just slowly, 3 times a day pulling up in my pickup truck, grabbing a load, taking it somewhere, grabbing a load, taking it somewhere.
Well, maybe it's my inability to follow, but if you leased other property and you and your sons were removing things from this property to other places anyway, could you not remove it to the property that you leased on your own?
We would, but again, there's an old saying: the less you have to touch the log, the better off you are. And to have to load it, take it somewhere, unload it, load it again, take it somewhere, load it to the person. I'm just trying to save that additional step. I'm not going to try to, I'm just trying to save money, save time. And to me and my neighbors, nobody cares at all about the firewood that is there and the loading and unloading of the firewood. They only care about the processing of the firewood, which is the chainsaw noise, the processing of the firewood. And none of that is being done anymore at all. That's all gone. It's all off the property.
I hear you, and I'm just going to make one last comment.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is that, that's not the only issue. I mean, the rest of the issue is compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that is something that we have to be concerned with.
Yes, ma'am. And to answer Mr. Hughes' question, absolutely 100% I've been in compliance of what they said. I did not chainsaw, process, do anything outside of what they told me last year. They told me to put up a fence. I invested $20,000 in a fence. I put it exactly where I was told to put it. And now she's come up with this whole, to make it sound like I'm a bad guy that I put up a fence for that. And I've been in compliance.
We're not going to go there in terms of making personal attacks against staff. So
okay, I understand.
Are you through?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Yep. Yep. So I think in the interest of time, and I think we're done with the questioning, Dr. Kuhlman. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think I have enough information here to make a motion at this time, and just look through the fact pattern here. I think the thing that we got to keep in mind is that there are some operations here that have been going on unlicensed. And that's something where I think there was, trying to find a balanced solution here. I have a, I guess my general motion here would be to, I prefer to hold this one more month, but I'm open to discussion here because honestly, I was on the fence of denial before. The only reason I would be if there was any other avenue that anybody saw for resolving this path. So I just, you know what, I withdraw that motion. I want to just very quickly from my fellow commissioners. You know what? We're up here to make decisions. My recommendation at this time would be a motion for denial. And the reason for that is just because there has been, I think, a sufficient amount of time given to try to effectuate some changes. And I think if we come back and we see seasonality with the weather being an issue, that might happen again this year, and then we kind of be back in the same place. But I do think we can't set the precedent necessarily of given a year and a half if it weren't a licensed business. Is there any, so my motion would be for a denial.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Anderson for denial. Is there a second?
We had, I think, John.
Before we get the second, can you give staff direction on how long he has to vacate the property?
Yes. So I think that based on what we've heard today, kind of a, that doesn't sound like something that can happen within a month. It's a function of expense. My head goes to probably removal of existing storage firewood within 2 months. What do you think is appropriate, though? That's,
Well,
I mean, that.
He's asking for the end of March next year. I'm willing to split this and say December 31st. It'd be gone off the site.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I don't have really, honestly, I defer to you on it, and because I think that's a reasonable time frame. So that would, just the motion would be for denial, but with guidance to staff?
Yeah, with guidance to staff to have code enforcement not visit the site until after December 31st, 2023, with direction to the applicant to have the property cleaned up of firewood and cleaned up of debris by December 31st, 2023.
Does that include taking down the fence?
The fence is not really part of the land use permit as far as what he's asking for. We probably need to have DOT go out there and take a look at it and make sure it's not obstructing sight distance in either direction.
Okay.
So motion would be then amended to recommend denial with direction of staff to have code enforcement visit the site no later than December 31st of 2023, and that all debris, all wood, by that time should be removed from the location, and all operations ceased to that point.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Second for purposes of discussion.
Second.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Dance.
I would just like to ask if the notation could be added to that direction be given to not just code enforcement, but to DOT to check on the fencing. Is that agreeable?
I would amend it to, and when you say check on the fencing? Oh, just to evaluate for
The
site
site
distance?
distance issue.
I would amend that motion to have request that staff, DOT, confirm site distance requirement compliances with the fence.
All right, we have an amended motion. Commissioner Boulogne, is your second still good? Or you have a?
Yes, Mr. Acting Chairman, yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Staff, we can call the next case.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z25. Tanner Hamzawi requests a rezoning from R20 to RM12 for townhomes in land lot 745 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Lee Road and on the south side of East Lee Road. Earlier, there was 22 people here opposed and one in support. Would the applicant and anyone wanting to address the board please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning. Good morning, sir. You can go ahead and begin.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and the opposition will have 10 minutes as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to let everybody know, I'm Tanner Hamzawi. I'm owner of an engineering company in Atlanta. I am a licensed professional engineer and a licensed general contractor. We bought this property at 3975 Atlanta Road earlier this year. Was handed down from investor to investor. Personally, me and my father bought the lot hoping to develop it into just a single-family luxury home. But then we got an idea of maybe proposing a zoning change to RM12 to incorporate 5 townhomes. It would also deal with a variance in decreasing the front setback and the rear setback and including the entrance from Lee Road instead of Atlanta Road. We're proposing to do 2,500 square foot for each townhome and to be first floor, garage with a small bedroom, and then 2 floors above. So it would only be three stories, and it would have the demand of the increasing population in Cobb County. We have done successful projects in City of Atlanta and DeKalb County. This is our first project in Cobb County. So we are new to the area, but we want to be in compliance with everything, and this is what we're proposing. Sorry. This is our basic floor plan that we're doing. Wanted to propose just a garage on the first floor, bedroom in the back, second floor, main living space, and then 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. This is our proposed site with 5 townhomes on Lee Road with access from Lee Road, and the side will be from Atlanta Road. The front and rear setbacks will decrease to 15 and 10 relatively, and then we'll keep our side setbacks at 35. We could increase those side setbacks if need to, because we have plenty of space there. Our impervious surface is about 40%, and it would just have significant improvement in the area. That's it. Okay. All right, but the house currently on the lot is in major distress, and anything else other than what is there will be a significant change for the better, and this is really what we propose to do. So,
Okay, anything else?
that's it.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that. We could have the opposition come up.
Hello. I'm Paige Overstreet. I've been a member of this neighborhood for almost 20 years, and I'm a former HOA board member. I'm reading on behalf of Bryant Looper, our HOA president, who was unable to stay for the duration. The Paces Ferry Park neighborhood has reviewed the application for zoning KC 25-2023. As proposed, we are unwilling to support the request at this time, as not enough information has been presented to justify the substantial change in use. Without more information as to the plan for redevelopment or knowing who will be developing our property, our neighborhood cannot have meaningful discussions to ensure that the integrity of our surrounding community is maintained. With that said, our concerns are twofold. First, we do not know who will be developing the proposed townhomes, as the applicants, civil engineers by profession, are the same as the owners. If the owners are self-developing, then what experience do they have other than design engineers to deliver on the proposed plans? Should the property owners not be self-developing, then we have the right to know who is looking to purchase and develop the property before it is rezoned. None of this was provided to us beforehand. Our neighborhood welcomes developers to reach out to us with plans for developable land around PFP. Second, rezoning to the proposed RM12 district would set a precedent for the area and take any input or concerns of future development under this district out of the hands of the community. As to precedent, requesting a rezoning to the RM12 district is completely out of context with the county's future land use plan and map. The FLUME clearly designates the site and surrounding area as medium-density residential, with the following districts being compatible: R20, 15, 12, 5, 4, RD, FST, MHP, SC, and PBC. The RM12 district is only deemed compatible in the high-density residential and regional activity center areas of the FLUME. In addition to the above, and more directly as it relates to our homes, we believe a rezoning to RM12 would have a negative impact on the families of Paces Ferry Park. These directed concerns are as follows. 1, at up to 40 feet in height, any building in this district would tower over nearby single-family homes that are no more than 1 to 2 stories tall, creating an invasion of privacy without substantial buffering. 2, as drawn, the applicants, owners, design engineers are proposing variances to all setbacks. The setback variances would further exacerbate the invasion of privacy on any adjacent single-family homeowners. 3, our neighborhood currently has concerns over existing stormwater drainage in the region, especially as it pertains to our primary stormwater drainage way at Tynemore Walk and Oberon Drive. While we believe, as civil engineers, the applicant/owner will comply with all local and federal stormwater management, maintenance designs, and controls, any increased flow into our drainage way could further exacerbate deterioration of the regional stormwater system and surrounding structures. To that point, PFP has concerns over the integrity of the existing retaining wall that holds up Oberon Drive, the public road serving Phase 2 of PFP that runs along the primary stormwater drainage way. We would like the county to investigate the drainage way and confirm plans are in place for the county to repair, if necessary, any further deterioration of that wall should further stormwater erosion occur. Second point there. Before any rezoning is to be approved, the county should ensure proper capacity and safety measures are in place to handle increased usage of this major regional stormwater drainage way. Last point, any rezoning to RM12 would be unprecedented to what has been approved in our neighborhood community, other than a small condominium development that was built in the 1980s. Again, the PFB community is not opposed to development of this parcel or other surrounding parcels. Our primary concern is the precedent rezoning to RM12 would set going forward, opening the potential for unknown and undesirable higher density land uses within a medium density land use area. Should the applicant/owner desire to meet with our community to discuss alternatives to the current request, we are willing to discuss a more compatible zoning district and solution to allow for the site's development. Given the above concerns, and to summarize our request of the Cobb County Planning Commission, the Paces Ferry Park community requests denial of zoning application Z25, 2023. Thank you for your consideration and service to our county. On behalf of Bryant Looper, President of the Paces Ferry Park HOA, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next opposition. Just a reminder, you have about 4.5 minutes remaining.
My name is Taylor Stooks. I live in Paces Ferry Park, but I'm here to speak personally, and I will be very brief. There is no multifamily along Atlanta Road between East-West Expressway and Spring Road. It is that way because it's zoned that way. That is why almost all of us that have moved to this area live there. I hope that you deny this because we do not need multifamily coming into this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And sir, you were sworn in, correct? You were sworn in? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Dave Miller, and I am from the Central Garden Neighborhood HOA. So we're on the other side of the development, and I won't take long because we've already covered the reasons for this, but while we're not opposed to development, we are opposed to this because there is a lack of information. We would like to hear more about it. We do have concerns, as was already iterated, about the changing of the zoning and what it would do to the rest of the area. It's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And with that, I'll thank you and turn it over.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, I guess now. I'm Ed Novellis. I'm the HOA president for Wakefield Estates, which is right next door on Atlanta Road of the parcel in question. We fully, I'm here representing the neighborhood, we fully agree with everything that's been said to you. I'd just like to add a couple of things, if I may. Want to remind you, first of all, the way the application came, we were never, until the last minute, were we able to find out we had a name, but he never gave any information so we could talk to him. That's number one. Number two, and to me, it's maybe a coincidence, I understand, the signs that this was going to be done, the signs that they were put up, they were laying down until, I don't know, a week, 10 days ago. I also want to remind you that in, I think it was 18, it could have been 2019, you all turned down an application to do something very similar on R12, but they were doing more land. There's a lot of land that's available there. We do not know that all that they plan is 5 units or 50 units, but we sure like to make sure that it's going to stop at 5 units, even though we still would be against him doing this. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes our public hearing. This is in District 2. And, oh, we have one more. Sorry. You have 1.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Victoria Rixey. I live on Lee Road. Agree with everything that's been said. Very much against higher density here. Just want to point out, Atlanta Road is 45 miles an hour. People drive 55. It's unbelievable. And I think it's extremely unsafe to have these 5 driveways that close to that intersection. I just don't, I see disaster happening. And I guess the only other thing is there's this is all single-family, and there's a demand for single-family houses on Atlanta Road. There, you may remember a case, OB 29, 2023. It's a new house between Regions Bank and the gates at Ivy Walk, which is just south of here, to build a new house. There's a new house just off this map to the north. So I think we'd like to see this remain single-family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right, thank you. That concludes our public hearing at this time. This is in District 2. We'll let Commissioner Anderson lead the discussion.
I think I had a pretty brief set of questions here. So my first question was just for John Peterson. Can you just walk us through the summary of your recommendation and the analysis?
Okay, the staff recommendation is to deny the application. You know, the staff did not feel that the use was suitable in view of the single-family nature of East Lee Road. We felt that it may adversely affect the road by putting too much traffic on it, and the fact that they're asking for so many variances on it shows us that they're putting too much on the property. Also, it does not meet the future land use map. It's medium-density residential, and the category and density that they're showing is a high-density product. And those are the reasons why staff recommended denial on the application.
Thank you, John. Any other questions from my fellow commissioners? All right. I think this one actually, just given the amount of variances that are required and the inconsistency with the surrounding area, if there were some other infrastructure project or of note, it would be, I think maybe there'd be a discussion to be had around it, but it just simply, I think, doesn't necessarily fit right now. So I'd actually go to a motion for denial.
All right, we have a motion for Commissioner Anderson to recommend denial. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and the second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. So with that, let me poll the fellow commissioners here. Is there interest in breaking now? And we have 4 more cases to go. You want to break now or continue on? Continue? Is there a consensus to move forward? Okay. You guys okay? Is staff okay? We can take a short break. Why don't we do that? We will get at 12:20. hearing for August 1st, 2023. John, if you could call our next case.
Yes, sir. Next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z27, Impact Worship Center, requesting a rezoning from GC and R20 to NRC for retail and land lots 405, 406, 497, and 498 of the 18th District. The property is located on the west side of Queen Mill Road and on the north side of Mapleton Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z27? Let the record show we have 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, planning commissioners. Thank you for the work that you do and for your service to this awesome community of ours. My name is Bishop Dr. Arthur T. Jones, Jr. I am the founder and senior pastor of Impact Worship Center, located at 6925 Mapleton Parkway. We have been a church now for 14 years, and our vision is to be an oasis of love in our community, empowering its people to live a holistic life through spiritual, intellectual, social, and economic development. This project that is before us today services the 4th component of our vision, which is economic development. We desire to develop a 6,000 square foot retail space on this new property that we recently purchased. It will accommodate casual dining, the likes of a beauty salon and office space. When we moved into the community, we purchased the place where our church currently is located, a 30,000 square foot facility that was abandoned as it went into foreclosure. We purchased that property, renovated it, beautified it, and took away what had rapidly become a breach in the community. And we desire to continue the progressive work of our ministry, and we're here today asking that we be allowed to rezone the property that is currently zoned, has a dual zoning, R20, which is residential, and then general commercial. And the ultimate problem that we're having is we cannot access the commercial part of the property, which is where the building will actually exist, through a residentially zoned area. So as the property is now, it serves no use. We can't even utilize it because of the current zoning. So we desire to have the property rezoned to RNC. So that's why we're here today. So any visionary questions that you have, I can answer those questions, but with me, I have Mr. Kenton Griffin, who is our civil engineer, who can answer any technical questions that you may have.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the opposition.
Thank you very much. My name is Robin Meyer. I'm the co-chair of the Zoning Committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We would very heartily recommend that you approve this application, but with just a few conditions. We were very pleased to have the opportunity to meet with Pastor Jones and learn more about his vision for this property, and we certainly can endorse that vision. This is certainly a piece of property that's destined to be neighborhood retail, and so long as we have some conditions put in place to protect the adjacent single-family home, we are certainly in favor of this application. We particularly appreciate his good stewardship of the church property, which, as he says, was a blight on the community when his church purchased it, and it is now certainly a great asset to our community. The conditions that we would ask you for are a landscape review committee, with specific attention to the northern property boundary where the single-family home is adjacent. An architectural review committee, because we understand that It's not always feasible to prepare renderings or elevations prior to the zoning approval. We discussed with Pastor Jones the prohibited uses on the property, and it's my understanding that we're in agreement on these, and also an agreement in the as to the positive aspects that a pedestrian connection from the building to the new sidewalk on Mapleton Parkway would have, so long as it's acceptable to DOT, and can be accommodated that way. So with that, I would just leave you with our request that you approve this application, but with these conditions in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in opposition? Okay, hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is closed. This is in District 4, and I'm the Planning Commissioner for District 4, so I'll lead the discussion here. If I could have the applicant come back up real quick.
Yes, sir.
Yes, just real quick, just so people are oriented a little bit more. I think your church is right across the street from the subject site. Is that correct?
Exactly correct, sir.
Okay, and for my fellow planning commissioners, CRC is a zoning category that's on top of that, so that's the location there. You mentioned the 6,000 square foot building. You mentioned some businesses. Are you at a point, have they been confirmed at this point? Restaurants, or you mentioned beauty salon and office space. What's the status of those tenants, the tenancy for the building?
Well, none have been confirmed at this point. We do have some congregants who have business aspirations, such as a smoothie bar. We have another parishioner who desires to purchase a Papa John's pizza chain or franchise. So we're still in the incipient stage of identifying what types of casual dining restaurants or, other types of retail vendors that will occupy the space. But that's a process that's in motion now.
Okay, great. Looking at staff's recommendations, I don't know if you've had a chance to see staff's recommendations. There's some 13 zoning stipulations. Are y'all comfortable with these stipulations as they're presented here?
Most definitely.
Okay. And then Mick also mentioned I think they have a letter recommending approval as well, and there were some conditions in there. Are you comfortable with those recommendations?
As far as the staff is concerned?
The ones by Robin Meyer and Mapleton Improvement Co.
Well, I would like to say, as far as the Mapleton Improvement Coalition now, and we love the work that they're doing. As a matter of fact, I had a meeting with Robin Meyer, Mrs. Meyer, and one of her associates about 2 weeks ago. And I took them on a tour of the campus and showed them the actual site plan, and I listened to their recommendations. But I do feel when it comes to the final decisions that are being made, that my team, along with Cobb County staff, are well able to make the final determination. But I would be willing to, of course, talk to Robin and her associates to get any suggestions or any opinions that they would have to recommend how we can make this development as powerful as possible.
So to just clarify then, so we're all on the same page here. Their letter of July 26, 2023 says a landscape review committee that be composed of the applicant, Mapleton Improvement Coalition, the appropriate county staff to review the final landscape plan during the plan review process, and special attention to buffering the home north of the property on Queen Mill. You're fine with that?
As far as them being on that committee?
Yes.
What I'm saying is, I think that my team, along with the Cobb County staff, are well able to make the final determination, but I would be open to having a personal meeting with Robin and her team to show them what it is that we're actually planning to do, to see what they think about it, or to receive any recommendations from them at that time.
So I want to make sure I'm clarifying. Are you okay with them being on the committee? No, so it sounds like you're not okay with them being on the committee.
I'm sorry. Let me be as clear as I possibly can. I'm sorry. I'm not okay with them being on that committee, but I am open to having other discussions with them to get their opinion as to how we can make the development as good as possible.
Gotcha. Well, similarly then, there's an architecture review committee as well, and that's calling for, that would be composed of the applicant, MIC, Mapleton Improvement Coalition, appropriate county staff to review the final architecture during the plan review process. So it sounds like, if I'm
My stance is the same.
interpolating, your stance is the same
Exactly.
with respect to that? Okay. And then the prohibited uses, there's also a list of prohibited uses.
I'm totally
You're
fine with that. We have no plans to put sex stores as a church in the community. Trust, we're good on that.
And then the pedestrian connection for the building to the public sidewalk, if allowed by DOT.
I had not considered that, but if that's something that's going to ensure that the safety of pedestrians that may peruse that area, we're definitely open to considering that.
Okay, all right. I'm going to stop there and see if my fellow planning commissioners have any other questions. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to have Robin come back up real quick. I just want to.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so it just seems like a little nuanced position here, and I want to be sure that both parties are in agreement that he wants to consult with y'all after, the landscape plan is put together, the architectural review, the plans are put together. It's more nuanced in that you're not part of a committee, but you'll be consulted. Is that an acceptable?
Yes. Perhaps it would be helpful to explain how these review committees have worked in the past. It's not nomenclature that we invented. It was actually, I believe, originated with some zoning attorneys that we still see in this room today. It consists of a community group such as us, the applicant, and the appropriate Cobb County staff. So there are three entities on this committee. We're only one.
Right.
So in the event of a conflict, if the applicant and the staff were to agree on a position and we didn't, then the applicant and the county's position would prevail. That has never happened in the 20 years that I've been involved in zoning. Typically, the way the process works is during the permitting process, when time comes for something like the landscape plan, the county staff sends the landscape plan to us. If we have any suggested changes, we make that suggestion back to the county staff person. They communicate with the applicant. If the applicant accepts the recommendation, we're done. If the applicant doesn't accept the recommendation, we're done. So I think that we're on the same page as to the role that we would have, which is purely advisory. We're a nonprofit community group, and we have no illusions of having regulatory authority.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And just to circle right back to the applicant, I would just want to be sure you heard that explanation and how the process works. You're okay with the practice? Okay. With that, unless there are any other questions of my fellow commissioners, I'm going to recommend that we consider approving this request, subject to staff's recommendations in their zoning analysis, as well as the July 26, 2023 letter from the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. And with that, that would be my motion.
Second.
And I would be open to putting this on consent as well. On consent.
Same second.
Oops. All right. We did have a second. Any discussion? Call a question. All right. Motion passes 4-0. Next case, John.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z28. Hernan Guerrero requests a rezoning from GC to NRC for commercial and land lot 109 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Veterans Memorial Highway and on the west side of Beaver Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z28? Got two? All right, let the record show there's two people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Planning Commission members. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm sorry,
yes,
if we could get your name. for
my
the
name
record.
is Luisa Tovar. I am representing the property owner on this rezoning request.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so we are requesting rezoning of the property 330 Veterans Memorial Highway. The request is to rezone the property from GC general commercial to neighborhood retail commercial. Right now, the property is undeveloped, and with the current zoning district, the property does not have reasonable economic use of the property as currently zoned. So we are trying to rezone the property to NRC, which is a zoning district that is compatible with the current neighborhood activity center future land use category that this property is located at. As previously mentioned, is undeveloped, is about 0.662 acres, and the property has an unconventional shape. It looks like an L kind of shaped lot. Adjacent and nearby uses include a used car lot to the west, retail vacant building to the east, a tire shop and parking lot to the south, and single-family residential to the north. We are seeking to improve the property with a 7,200 square foot building and 18 parking spaces. We are requesting 3 concurrent variances with the request. The first one is the reduction of the parking spaces from 25 to 18, and the reduction of the rear setback from 30 feet to 20 feet, and the reduction of the side setback from 15 to 10 feet. I just wanted to take a moment and explain the reasoning for the variance requests. Again, due to the size and the shape, it's a little bit harder to redevelop the site in a manner that would comply with all the setbacks and parking requirements. The reduction of the rear setback adjacent to single family, which is 30, we're requesting a reduction from 30 to 20 feet. If you look at the site plan closely, only about 270 square foot of building area will be within this 30 feet distance from the rear property line. We are not requesting a buffer reduction. We are maintaining the required 20 feet buffer adjacent to residential single family. Regarding the reduction on the side setback, from 15 feet to 10 feet, only about 417 square feet of the building will be within 15 feet of the side property line. And given the use of that property to the west, which is an existing used car lot, we think that the distance being requested is sufficient for between the 2 commercial properties. And then regarding the reduction of the parking spaces, we anticipate having 4 suites, and we anticipate having small business owners as our tenants, and with no more than 2 full-time employees. So we think that 18 parking spaces would be sufficient for the needs of the tenants on this project. We are in support of staff's recommended conditions, except for condition number 8 and number 9. Condition number 8 talks about prohibiting light automotive repair. We wish the Planning Commission to remove this condition. One of the reasons why we are rezoning to NRC is because it allows a variety of uses, which includes light automotive repair as a variety used by the NRC zoning district. So we seek to maintain that use as part of our project and be able to provide this option for our tenants. And we also think that this type of use is consistent with the existing uses on this street. And then second condition would be the variances, where staff is recommending denial on the variance requests. And we wanted to make sure and we clarify that, given the site shape and size, the variances that we are requesting provide the minimum relief necessary to make possible the reasonable use of the property and do not have a negative impact on the adjacent properties. So with that, I open to any questions.
Right now, we'll hear from the opposition at this point, and then we'll call you back if we have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robin Meyer with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We would ask that you recommend denial of this application for the site plan and proposal that has been presented today. It's simply too intense for this small parcel, which is only 2/3 of an acre. The variances speak for themselves. If there really is so little square footage involved in these variances, then a different site plan that didn't have the variances would be the way to go. Especially the parking variance is of concern. If auto repair is going to be a possibility here on this property, there's certainly no room for car storage. There are no bays apparently in this building, unless it is not the retail and office that has been described. There is really no other parking for customers available without crossing a public street. The adjacent property really hardly has enough parking of its own. There's also a lack of important detail here. Until just a few moments ago, we'd never seen a site plan that had a dumpster on it. It looks to me, from what I could see, as if the dumpster is in a parking place, so we would be down to 17 parking places from the 25. If it's not actually in the parking place, then I think that parking place won't be very useful if it has to be kept open for a dumpster. We've not seen any elevations or renderings as to what this building is going to look like, and there's been no discussion whatsoever, despite our requests, as to what the landscape plans are that would, especially concerning to us, that would protect the adjacent single-family home. Additionally, this property owner has a poor record in our community. Directly across Veterans Memorial from this property, the same applicant owns 4 parcels, which I've denoted with the red arrows. They're presently used for auto repair. There's a long history of code enforcement complaints on these properties, and partially, I suppose, in response to that, they've gradually been paved over the years, although there have been no stormwater provisions made, despite complaints from the community. I want to show you a few photos of those properties. This is roughly from the corner of Veterans Memorial looking down the side street. This is further down the side street. This is the auto repair business. And this is the single-family home that is in the midst of this auto repair business. These are the code violations from your county website for 315 Veterans Memorial. There are 4 over the last 7 years. 1 case is still open. 311 Veterans Memorial, another 4 cases, another 3 cases. And then lastly, 5701 Garner, which is the single-family home. There are 2 cases open for that. So essentially, in summary, we would ask that you not recommend approval of an application such as this, which really has very little to offer to the community in ways of concrete improvement, and certainly gives us the track record in the community gives rise to significant concerns as to what we can expect in the future. The lack of specifics and the operations can bring us only to this one conclusion, and that is that we ask that you recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. No other opposition, then that concludes our hearing for this case. This is also in District 4, so I'll lead the discussion on this. If I can have the applicant come back up. Hi. Are you able to just tell us what the plans are for tenants in the building that you're planning on building?
So we want to have tenants that are permitted by right in the NRC district. So if you look at the zoning district, provides a variety of uses that could go there. So we will be abiding, by those uses. We don't have right now any potential tenants or specific tenants right now, obviously because we're in a very early stage and very preliminary stage. So what I can say is we would be meeting the NRC uses allowed in that zoning district.
Okay. And I'm assuming since you specifically had concerns about items 8 and 9, staff's recommendation that light automotive repair is one of the uses you want to consider for this location?
Yes, we would like to allow that type of use as it is allowed in that zoning district.
Okay. And you're not open to, and then the staff is also recommending no variances for setbacks or reduction of parking at all at this point. I'm assuming that's a deal breaker for you, if that's.
We wish to have the size building that we're presenting of 7,200 square feet. So we do wish to have that size and the parking area or number of parking spaces that we've presented. Okay. So that's what we seek to have.
Have you been in touch at all with Mableton Improvement Coalition at all to have any conversations about what the building might look like, landscape plan, or anything like that?
The Mableton Coalition did email us at some point. We've been exchanging, they had questions about the project. Regarding the elevations, we are intending to meet any guidelines, architectural guidelines that the county has. So, and in terms of the landscape plan, Cobb County requires a number of, they have already a specific metrics and type of trees and height and density of type of buffers that we would be required to have, so we would be abiding by those metrics already stipulated in the code.
Understood. Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, any of my other commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Anderson, you look like you're pondering. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. In looking at staff's analysis and also the community's concerns, I guess what steps out to me are the number of variances that are going to be required to accommodate this type of this building on this type of shaped lot. And I suspect, obviously, I think it's pretty clear that light automotive is probably one of the uses they want to consider down there. And I know that has been a use of concern in that corridor in South Cobb. I think, so with that in mind, I believe that the application is probably inconsistent with the direction the community wants to go or see things go. I think the design of the building is inconsistent with the lot itself. I will also take into account the code enforcement history associated with this owner who owns property adjacent or right across the street. So with that, I'm going to recommend denial of this application, and that would be my motion.
Second.
Commissioners, before you vote, in recommending denial, would you also consider deleting or assigning a zoning classification to it, one that might be better in keeping what the expectation is for this parcel in the area?
I'll look to staff to see if they have a recommendation for me.
And the reason why Mr. Johnson made that statement is because the property is currently zoned general commercial in a neighborhood activity center. So there is no use the property owner has entitlements to. So we need to put it into a category that they can use so they have a constitutional use of the property. So we can zone it to what they want, we can zone it to what the staff recommendation is, or the board can delete it to something else like LRO or LRC with a bunch of conditions. But it should be put into a category so they have a constitutional use of the property.
Gotcha. Okay. With that said, then let me withdraw that motion and recommend that we approve, that we delete the request, excuse me, to NRC, but subject to staff's recommendations, but I also want to amend the list of, subject to staff's recommendations, I want to add to item 8 here where we talk about light automotive repairs prohibited. I would add additional uses. I'm sorry, clerk, that I'm jumping around here for just a minute. Yeah. So in addition to light automotive being prohibited, we would add adult entertainment, liquor stores, sales of sexually explicit or drug-related items, pawn shops, title pawn shops, gold or precious metal dealers, video arcades as a primary use, check cashing business, discount sales, no auto sales, auto parts, auto service, used tire sales, taxi dispatching services, wholesale-only entertainment or establishments, gun, knife, weapon sales, shooting ranges, thrift stores, secondhand stores, flea market, and additionally, drive-through windows and outside speakers. And that would be my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll call the question. All right, the motion is approved, 4-0. Thank you. Next case, John.
Okay, moving into temporary land use permits on today's agenda. First case we're going to hear is LEP 16, Giovanni R. Lucero, requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the county code allows in land lot 564, the 19th district. Property is located on the southwest side of Sebring Court, west of Goodwood Drive. Is the applicant present? Yeah, let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 16? Two? Two. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Raul Lucero, and the reason of me being here is I am seeking the approval for a land use permit for my driveway. I was not aware at the time that there was a code enforced stating that you can only have a limited amount of vehicles in your driveway. I currently have 5 vehicles in my driveway, and each and every one of them belongs to my family, my household, my father, my mother, myself, and my brother. My father owns a working truck for his company, and he has his own personal use vehicle. As for my mother, she also has a personal use vehicle, as well as myself, my second brother. We don't park our vehicles outside of the driveway. They are always in the driveway. But the reason of me being here is that my neighbor had called the code enforcement out of, I guess, enragement or personal problem, and brought us into a situation with the code enforcement where they were told that my household, we had our vehicles parked on the street, on the curb, and that was not true. When the code enforcement came to do their job, they stated that they did not see a single vehicle from my driveway out on the curb or on the street. They were always in the driveway. However, they did give me a fine for having multiple vehicles, which is why I am here seeking for an approval to be allowed to have my vehicles in the driveway to avoid any further problems for the county.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to share with us?
I'm sorry, sir.
I say, is there anything else you want to share with us about your case? Any other information you want to share? No, okay. All right, thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now. Thank you.
There is no opposition at all. They reacted. They did not vote after all.
Oh, okay.
There is no opposition.
Okay. All right. All right. The public hearing is closed. This is in District 4. So I will lead the discussion on this application. John, what is staff's recommendation as it relates to this request?
The staff's recommendation was to deny the application, Mr. Vice Chair.
And that's based on?
It's based on the code enforcement complaint and action against the owner.
Okay, all right, thank you. I do have a question for you, sir. If you could come back up, I'm sorry. All right. I think you answered some of these questions during your presentation, but it sounds like all of you have 6 people in the home, is that correct?
I'm sorry, is there any way I can get volume?
Okay, you have 6 people in the home? 6 people live in the house?
I have 6 people in my home.
Okay. And obviously, I think all of them are driving age, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you mentioned part of the challenge is it sounds like you have at least 3 vehicles that are, or 3 individuals who also have work vehicles, is that, and personal vehicles, is that correct? Okay. And so let me ask you, is there any way that those vehicles could be moved to another location, the work vehicles could be moved to another location so that you could comply with the county's requirement? Is that practical?
You guys don't have headphones
Oh, okay.
to hear them?
Just so- Can you? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I don't know, I'll just start from the beginning, if that's okay. So just wanted to establish that you have 6 people, related people living in your home with you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. They're all driving age, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it sounds like you have at least 3 individuals that live in the home that have both a personal vehicle and a work vehicle.
One of them has a personal and a work. Everybody else is just personal. So my father, he has a personal vehicle that he drives around with, and he has his truck, which he uses for work only, work-related purposes. So he's like a self-employed contractor, painter, carpentry, stuff like that. And it's in our driveway.
Okay. And I'm just curious, is there any way that that could be stored somewhere else, and he could pick it up in the morning when he went to go do his job, or is that?
Well, I'm not sure if we can, because the issue is that like most of his work equipment, he has it with him. You know, his spray painting machine, his ladders, he has to load right then and there and go straight for work. We did have a talk with our neighbor next door, Ms. Gale. She stated that if we have to, we can use her driveway because she doesn't go out at all. She rarely drives out. But we said we appreciated the offer, but we wanted to first see if we can get this land use permit approved first or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm just looking to my other commissioners here to see if y'all have any questions for the applicant.
Oh,
I'm sorry, if you could come back.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. So, I know we just answered, but I still wanted to make sure I was clear. So, you have 3 people, I'm sorry, it was 6 people in the home, you said? And there were 3 with work, and then one of those people, your dad has the extra car, so there's 4?
That's correct.
4 cars total, okay.
So I'll put the numbers like this. So it's my dad, my mom, myself, and my brother. There's 4 people who owns a vehicle.
Okay.
My dad owns 2 vehicles, a truck for work and his personal use. Then my mom, myself, and my brother each only have 1 personal vehicle to drive with.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was catching it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And before you leave, I'm just kind of looking at the code enforcement history. You said that one of your neighbors had expressed some concerns about parking vehicles out in the street or blocking people. I'm assuming blocking people's driveways. I'm not sure exactly. Is that?
It's incorrect what she said. When she claimed that we had our vehicles on the curb, on the driveway, we never become we are not bad neighbors. We're always respectful to our neighbors around us. We kept our vehicles in the driveway at all time. We don't know why she's claimed that we had our vehicles on the street, parked on the curb. We don't know. She, however, does have vehicles parked on the curb or on the street. I do have a picture of proof that she currently has a vehicle parked like in front of the sewer pipeline or manhole, where's one at. She has another vehicle parked in front of her mailbox, and she does that a lot. Yet, however, she claims we're the ones that are parked on the street on the driveway. And as I stated before, when the code enforcement showed up, he stated that he did not see a single vehicle of ours on the street. They were all in the driveway, and he did note that she did have 1 or 2 vehicles out on the street or on the curb parked right there close to our driveway.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the code enforcement report now, and at least back in May 23rd, it looks like photos were taken that showed all 5 vehicles were in the driveway at that time. And that seems to be fairly consistent on their visits to the property. But the issue obviously at this point is you're only allowed 3 vehicles and you got 5.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sir.
I think what I'd like to offer up, since there seems to be an effort by the staff or by the applicant to at least address parking the vehicles on the cement, on the driveway. It looks like, just based on this exhibit we're looking at, that the driveway has been widened to accommodate more vehicles on there as well. And thank you for that. I appreciate it. And the father has a truck that looks like he uses for paint that is stored there as well. I think I'm inclined to support the request, but I would like to, just a modification to the period of the permit. I'd like to reduce it to just 12 months and then direct the code enforcement staff to do quarterly visits the property to ensure that they are in compliance. And that would be my motion for this application.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. John, next case.
Okay, next case is LUP 18, Haley Lopez, requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 261 of the 18th district. The property is located on the north side of Crevice Road at the terminus of Wanda Lane. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 18, Haley Lopez? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 18? Got 2? Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Vice Chairman Board, the applicant is not present.
What are our options at this point?
The board can make a decision on it, or the board can hold it and direct staff to contact the applicant. But the applicant was made aware of when the hearing was for this, so and this was the result of a complaint.
I'm looking at my other commissioners here. Do y'all want to go ahead and hear this? Okay. Let's hold it. I'd recommend that, I'll make a recommendation that we hold this for 30 days, give the applicant an opportunity to come before us and hear from them before we make any final decisions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. We'll hold that case. All right. All right, I think we've got just a couple of other things to take care of. The first would be approval of our minutes from the Cobb County Planning Commission on July 5th. We'll take a motion to approve those.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, and we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve the July 5th, 2023 minutes of the Cobb County Planning Commission. Call the question. Approved 4-0. The last item, minutes of our special call meeting, agenda review work session, July 24th. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Approved 4-0. That concludes our agenda for today, August 1st. Thank you.